If you look at the people...
Red Panda Bear, what's up? Going Anders. What's up, dude? Vegan for life, what's up? Dude, I can't get over how bad iRacing is. Oh my god. Why is that fucking piece of shit the #1, like, online racing game? Like, it is literally unplayable because the UI and the way the fucking game works. I can't get it to run on my main monitor. Fucking crazy. You know, it feels like nobody gives two fucking shits about Doom Eternal anymore. I haven't been seeing anything online about Doom Eternal. It's like nobody's been talking about it, and it's already 25% off. It hasn't even been out very long. This must not be selling. Drink some cranberry juice? Why would I do that? See if there's any new VR games. You know, I kind of want to get into Microsoft Flight Simulator. Maybe I'll do that at one point. It's a new Alien game. World War Z VR. It's probably garbage. Yeah. Yep.
Actually. Yeah, 100%.
It's math. It's statistics. Somebody has to be the best. And you're thinking, well, no, everyone's 1 in a million. No, but who do you think you're going to notice on social media? Are you going to notice all the average people? Coach Greg, in today's video, we're going over the ultimate fake natty based back workout, or alternative title, 3 in a million back workout. Whether or not you believe that these guys are natural, it doesn't matter. The Rock knows it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter!
Because what you can learn is how to properly train your back. And so we're going to go over this science-based routine. I'm going to critique their form. Do they know what they're doing? And hopefully by the end of it, you'll be better equipped at training your back.
Today I am with the godfather of science. You like the title?
I'll take it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's all right.
And he's going to be taking me through his back workout. And I also have probably the craziest kid I've ever seen.
And so we got the godfather of science, Jeff Nippert, and we've got Julian, who I do believe is the most criticized fake natty of all. And why is that? Well, because he has so much.
Did you ever get those no-cow vegan protein bars told you about a few months ago? No, I've not. I don't even remember those. No cow vegan protein bars. Oh. Or wait. Do these have the artificial whey protein in them? Or no, oh wait, now it's kind of jogging my memory. You said these just taste really good.
Muscle that people find it hard to believe that he did it while being natural.
They don't taste great. The texture is very chalky. I don't really eat protein bars anyway. There's actually a store nearby that sells vegan protein bars. They have a double chocolate flavor that doesn't taste like chocolate. It just tastes fucking weird. And then they have a chocolate peanut butter cup flavor that tastes fucking amazing. So if I'm ever in serious need for like just quick food with some protein, I just get those. But I rarely ever eat protein bars, you know.
August 11th, and I just spent the last 10 days on the road. First few days was in Las Vegas, visiting. Take any of my gear with me. I did take retatrutide with me. I loaded all of my peptides into like insulin pen looking things, so you know it's a lot more inconspicuous than just seeing vials and insulin needles in a bag. Instead, I've got pens with pen tips, pen needles that you screw on to do the injections. But so I took my retatrutide with me there. I took BPC 157. I took TB 500 with me. I also, number one thing that we need to get our sperm count back up. So by the end of that week, I still have 300 milligrams floating through my system. So there's still plenty of tren going through my system, plenty of EQ going through my system, plenty of test. Routine every single day is way better of a routine than what I have when I'm here at home, because when I'm here at home, there's shit coming up all the time. And so then I'll miss cardio, or I'll miss training, or I'll miss whatever. Different things. Everything matched. And they had the best treadmill, arguably.
Did you see Bradley Martin talking to that Palestinian guy who eats 2,000 calories who is starving, lol? Bradley Martin talked to him?
The best treadmill.
Was it on the podcast? Oh. Oh my god. Are we gonna catch him in some lies?
Is sort of a problem.
My entire life, basically, I've never left Gaza. I wasn't born outside of Gaza. I've been born in Gaza and lived my whole life in Gaza.
A lot going on right now, huh?
I was still, hitting my workouts every day, Honestly, my life before this all started in Gaza was just like any normal person's life. Despite when it comes to leaving the country, that was when it was mostly like a struggle. Discipline. I was, talking about my fitness journey, to begin with, when I basically a matter of how intense the bombings are. So, whenever we would feel that the area we are in right now is not safe to stay in, there are bombs left and right, that is when we decided to evacuate for aid. The first one and the least safe one is the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's where that is where everything you see on the videos on social media happen. Of people being, carried in flour bags into hospitals as they, so bro, if it wasn't so tragic, it would have been far much bigger of a difference than you think.
The time, at least.
So we were reacting to his YouTube channel. He was saying in a few videos that he was only eating 850 calories. There's one where he said he ate 1,000 calories, and I think the one he said he was eating 1,500. Is there a discrepancy in the Bradley Martin video where he claimed he's eating 2,000 calories on average? Because that would be some good ammo to use against him, to further prove he's lying, because he's not eating as little as he claims to be. What's your max weighted pull-up now? I don't do 1 rep maxes, but the most weight I've done so far is 75 extra pounds for sets of 5. Have you had the Vego chocolate bars? I've always wanted to try them. Yeah, they're really good. I think the best vegan candy bar, it's technically not a chocolate bar, would be the No Tricks bars by No Way Foods. It's basically a Twix chocolate bar or candy bar. Those are fucking god tier.
It's in our media that the you know what's happening over there as far as the
Ever hear me talk any like piece of crap that would make me like a source of danger or something?
no.
And this is like one of the reasons I really wanted to start making content and sharing my journey, is that everyone, like, whenever you talk to a Gazan and he tells you like he feels like his end is near, he always tells you like, no, for a fact I am not a number, right? Like, we are not numbers. Only hearing that, and imagining that we are not numbers.
We're not numbers. Buddy, this guy comes from a culture where they think if they die killing Jews, they'll get martyred and get 72 virgins in heaven. Like, give me a fucking break.
Numbers is not enough
I've grown up, and when I was a child, I had Palestinian friends. I've had kids that I knew were
about Palestine.
When the full, this is a premiere, when the full video comes out, we'll, like, actually react to it and watch it, but this guy is a fucking liar. They're all in on it, dude. Like, he's made some fucking bizarre claims. He has a battery and a solar panel, for energy. He went onto his rooftop and showed this fucked up solar panel, and he said this solar panel was bombed twice. And it's like, this guy's claiming his house was bombed twice. So he's had the solar panel during these, like, 2 bombings. And then, like where do you put a solar panel? On the roof. So he's claiming a flimsy, like, like, we've all seen solar panels. They're pretty fragile. So he's claiming, like, this flimsy, fragile solar panel was fucking bombed on the roof twice, and it still works. So he's lying about something. His house was probably not directly bombed, or Israel was using, like, some kind of extremely low-yield explosive for roof knocking to warn him to leave, and his house wasn't bombed. It was roof knocked. So that would make the most sense. So, like they're just all liars. They're all in on it. I can't fucking stand these people. Vegan Gains, do you remember when you threatened to kill James with a sweet potato saw blade? I do. I do remember that. If there's a Costco near you, you should try the Nugo plant-based protein bars. The chocolate-covered pretzel one's really good. I don't have a Costco membership. I'm not sure if there are any Costcos near me. But again, like, I don't normally eat those sorts of things.
Are you sure these extremists aren't just using religion to represent because America and shit bombed the hell out of it? Must be pretty enraging seeing your family members be bombed and killed over nothing. Maybe that's why they are violent, not religion.
Yes, Islam isn't violent. That's why in Islam it commands you to commit jihad and murder people who don't agree with you. And it's also it's also written in Islam that it's okay to just murder people, steal their shit, keep slaves. There's nothing violent in Islam. That's why for thousands of years they were attacking other nations, spreading through violence, and they were also murdering and kidnapping Christians and using them as slaves. Islam could not possibly be violent. Like, I mean, it must be a coincidence that, you know, the vast majority of terrorist attacks worldwide are committed by Muslims. Couldn't have anything to do with that. And I'm sure there's nothing about Islam that motivated the Palestinians during World War II to work with the Nazis to help them recruit for the SS, and they tried to convince Hitler to come to the area known as Palestine at the time to exterminate the fucking Jews who were immigrating there. Sure, it all makes sense. Dumbass.
Remember, I originally thought he was a fake natty, but then I went over his blood work, which was in fact unannounced, and he passed. And lo and behold, a month later, Jeff Nippard surprise drug tested him and he passed yet again. And so what do you want me to say? I know what you want me to say. He's a fake natty. He cycled off. If he cycled off, his muscles, they would start to get smaller. They haven't gotten smaller. And so there is no explanation. He's 1 in a billion. And you're thinking, what are the odds of this? 3 guys with such amounts of muscle, all in the same place at the same time. It's very, very high. People have cameras. They post all their photos.
How does nihilism work with autism? Pretty well.
Are you going to follow through on your James threat? Also, you should watch this.
Hello,
It's
James.
short.
Hello, James. You might not know me, but I've become quite familiar with you. A client has hired me to deal with some personal matters into the banning of Bruff and Dust from the Backup 11 Discord server. Now, we'll give you 2 options. You can either unban Bruff and Dust, or we can explore the furthest regions of pain. I've turned the sweet potato into a saw blade, and despite this weapon being rather dull, no matter how long it takes, whether it be days, weeks, or months, I'm going to slowly slice you apart with the sweet potato. The choice is yours, and my client isn't very patient.
Yes, I recall. Is he still banned from the Discord server? Thanks for the donation, Zeke.
And so it's easy to see who's the best of the best. You look throughout the globe and say, who's got the greatest natural physique at age 19? And it's Julian. There you go. What more is there to say?
I think any back workout needs a vertical pull and a horizontal pull.
100% correct. When I do my back, I almost entirely do pull downs and rows. I hardly do anything else. Perhaps some serratus lat pullovers, but
I mean, those are really the only back exercises you can do other than, you know, like straight arm pull downs or pullovers.
that's about it. You don't need a lot more. Remember, I train my entire body twice a week.
You're looking lean, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm excited for the pose down.
And so Jeff is in fact looking highly sus. Remember, so many people think that Jeff is a fake natty, but I've done my videos on him in the past and he's 100% natural. Did you all know that he lost 30 pounds to get down to 155 right now? Jeff is 5'4" 3/4. He's been training almost his entire life.
Oh my god. He's so short. It's like a disability. I don't, like, it must be so fucking annoying being that short. Like, there's so many things that become much more difficult, like finding a bicycle that fits. You can't ride most motorcycles. Like, just driving a car, like, you could barely see over the fucking steering wheel. Being that short is like a fucking disability.
He has great genetics and he's 155 pounds. Why can't he have that much muscle? He can. That's how he can.
You have to enjoy it, I feel like. If you're not enjoying the workouts,
100%.
you're going to tend to not do as
That's
good,
probably
yeah.
the most optimal thing you can do is
Yeah.
find a program you like.
I 100% agree. People often talk about what's the optimal workout. What do you have to do? How many sets? How many reps? It depends. And I tell people the optimal workout is the one that you enjoy and that you can do for the rest of your life. It's not stagnant. it's what you like doing. Because if you don't like doing it, what are the odds you're going to continue to do it for years to come? The people who have amazing physiques, one thing they have in common is they're consistent. If you only train for 6 months and then take 6 months off, you're going to go up and you're going to go down. But those who can go at it day after day, week after week, for years, they're going to have the best physiques.
And then I do strap in. Some people say that's not optimal, but for me, I don't want my grip to limit my back gain.
100% agree that if you are limited by your grip, you should use straps. You don't want to fail on a lift.
My grip is pretty strong. I can do like very heavily weighted pull-ups without any issues with grip. It still feels like I end up using more like arms to pull myself up though. So I've been using no straps for pull-ups for a while, but like just for the fuck of it, I tried using straps. And it does feel better. Like it does feel like you're activating your back more.
Whether it's bent rows, seated rows, chin-ups, and so on, because your grip can't hold on. You need to train close to failure, assuming that you're an intermediate or advanced lifter. And so if you can't hold on, get some lifting straps to help.
How do you feel about reps in reserve, Hussein?
I don't believe in reps in reserve.
No?
I go
All
to
right, well,
failure
let's see a freaking no reps in reserve.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I'm like Hussein. I don't think you should train with reps in reserve. If you do, you're likely not training hard enough. However, this caveat, if you're a beginner, if you just started going to the gym or you just get...
How do you feel about kettlebells for general fitness, not for bodybuilding? Have you ever tried them? Oh my dog.
Well, the problem with kettlebells is that they're for gay retards and they'll shrink your penis, so I've avoided using them. Thanks for the donation though, Greg the Vegan. Appreciate it.
getting back into the gym, or you just came back from a layoff, you were injured, sick, whatever, you can leave reps in reserve. You don't need to train to failure. But if you've been training for a long time, you really need to push yourself. One thing that almost all guys with amazing physiques have in common is that they train very hard. There are exceptions.
Dude, like, it's unfair. It's not even true, by the way. There are people who look fucking incredible and barely work out. Some people are literally just given all the gifts. I've known people who, like, rarely go to the fucking gym. They just blew up, and they look like they're on gear. Like, it happens.
But if you don't train very hard, you're not pushing to failure. You have to make up for that with volume. And so take your pick. Would you rather do a few hard sets with a tremendous amount of effort, or do set after set after set going half-ass? Both methods work. Pick the one that you want. Remember when I said earlier, the one that you enjoy? If you like doing 10 sets half-ass versus doing 2 sets all out, well, choose the one that's best for you.
My autism makes me not know what I enjoy. It takes a lot of effort to do basic shit. I don't know, I'm a bit confused. Are you sure that's autism and not, like, something else like ADHD or dissociative? Like, that even sounds like some dissociative disorder. I remember when I was severely depressed, I was getting dissociative disorder. And ahedonia, and I felt like that. There's a very good chance I am autistic, but I think in all likelihood I have ADHD. I have a really difficult time doing things that I just don't want to do. Really, really difficult time.
Like I said, godfather of science now.
Come on. We'll talk about that.
And technically, 0 reps in reserve, that's how he always trains. It's how I always train. And most of the time, I'm going to failure and beyond. I like to do long-range partial reps at the end of the movement. And so If I'm pulling down behind my back or doing chin-ups, I'll continue to pull until I can't do anymore, and I'll do half reps. I don't want to stop. The same applies for almost any exercise.
Do you think you could do more reps? And he said, no, I don't think I could.
Ooh, what's my RIR on that, Mike? 12. No way. You think I had 12 more reps on that set?
I remember that video and I'm like, is he just trolling him? Yeah, you had 12 reps in reserve. If
Mike's
the gun
an
was
idiot.
to your head, you could have done more. No, there's only so many you can do. You can't just will yourself to do more. There's your max and there's your max. Your max is your max. That's it. And so when I tell people, I always use
Yeah, you know, dude, the problem with these mental health diagnoses is, like, especially when it's something complicated, like when you're talking about feelings of, like, not knowing what you enjoy, not understanding what you're feeling. It's like all of these diagnoses rely pretty much entirely on self-reported symptoms. And when you can't even explain what you're fucking feeling and going through, it's like, how in the fuck are they going to give you a diagnosis? Like if you say something fairly straightforward, like I'm hearing voices inside my head and there's constant chatter and like I can't even listen to people talk because like the voices in my head are like louder than actual voices. Like, okay, you have schizophrenia. But like when you're saying something like, it's like I do things and I think I like them, but I'm not sure. And I think back and I'm like, why did I do that? I don't know how they're supposed to really give you a diagnosis. So I think psychology, psychiatry, modern mental health, counseling, it's pretty fucked. Like, it's not a very good kind of well-established science. Most of the medications they even make for like depression, anxiety, psychosis, they don't even know how they work. They just know that they do work. So I wouldn't take any of these diagnoses that you're given too seriously. Like if they say you have autism, like maybe, but like how do they know that? Like are they able to scan your brain and say, yeah, you have autism brain? It's like you're just telling them a bunch of symptoms and then you may not even be explaining them well. They may not even understand what you're trying to communicate, and then they're making their best guess of what it is. So, you know, it's like I went to the psychiatrist and she diagnosed me with narcissism. Like, I'm pretty fucking goddamn sure I'm not a narcissist. Like, I'm not saying I'm fucking Jesus, but I'm a pretty nice person. Like, I know I'm mean and yell and stuff, you know, like, I'm rude to people I don't like, but I think I'm a pretty fucking generous person. Like, all of my friends, like, I go out of my way to help them if they need something when I really don't have to. Like, I spend time with people, you know, like, you know, fans of mine, people who watch me, like, if they message me on Instagram, I'll message them back, like, again, when I don't have to. Like, I'll give long explanations for things, and I won't charge any money or anything. Like, I don't know if a narcissist would fucking do that. Like, it's just stupid. Like, they're just going, like, and I mean, there's such a huge level of bias, too. I speak in a very monotone way, and a lot of people also kind of find me intimidating, like, because of my height and size and stuff. So when I'm talking to a woman who's, like, pretty small, and there might be a racial component, too, so white woman doesn't really associate with many black people. She's, like, this big, tall, black dude who talks in a really monotone voice. Like, they're gonna be more biased to making, like, an unfavorable diagnosis, too. So it's don't take any of these mental health diagnoses too seriously. All you really have to focus on is just like figuring shit out and improving yourself. And again, I think the best place to start is just like recognizing that strength is the ruling force in the universe and just align yourself with that force. Strength conquers all, and when you learn to have command over your mind and your body, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Whatever problems you have, you know, you can just overcome it. So just keep building yourself up and don't worry about like some idiot saying you have fucking autism or some form of retardation. Like, whatever. What the fuck do they know? Do they even lift? Can they even bench like a single plate? Fuck, like, just, yeah. Is Jeff Nippard gay and short? AI overview, yes. Oh, I gotta send that to Jeff. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. That's good. Um, all right. Sent that to Jeff. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Quora donated $2. What is your view on Mike Menser? Oh my god, Mike Israel. Jeez.
But who am I compared to Mike Menser? I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menser. I'm more educated than Mike Menser. I know more things than Mike Menser. That's it.
He doesn't really know shit more than Mike Menser. You know, here's the thing. You need remarkably low volumes in order to grow muscle. Ridiculously low amounts of volume. I know a lot of people think that you need, like, you know, around 10 sets per week or something like that to grow. You really don't. You can look at research where people are able to have muscle growth as low as, like, 1 or 2 sets per week, and that's even with trained individuals. So, as long as you're training hard enough, you can grow. So, like, Mike Menser, the HIIT training thing, it's not the most ideal way to train, but it does work at the very least. And he does have a point. There are a lot of scenarios where people do too much volume, especially with dieting phases. And that's when you do want to do like maybe 1 or 2 sets per muscle group, especially like really deep into a diet, but just do those sets really, really hard. And Mike Menser clearly trains better than Mike. Clearly knows more about drug use. He did lose his mind and he got addicted to fucking methamphetamines later in life, especially after that one Olympia where Arnold beat him because of politics. But yeah, Mike Menser's a better bodybuilder. He's better at dieting, better at training, and better with drug use. Like, results speak for themselves. Mike Israel's a fucking idiot. Like, again, this is the same guy who's obese, but then claims to be sub 10% body fat, and then goes into surgery to get liposuction. So you're sub 10% body fat, but you need liposuction? Like, yeah, right. So, Mike Menser, again, the HIIT training isn't ideal. It has its applications. It works well enough. And I think in certain contexts, like dieting, especially if you're talking about contest prep dieting, it absolutely makes sense. But a lot of what he said about training doesn't make sense. Like he said, doing more than one set is going to harm your progress. That's absolutely not true. Again, there may be certain individuals that have like extremely high nervous system efficiency, and especially when you combine that with steroid use, if they do more than one set, like that may actually be too much for them. But, you know, thanks for the donation, Quora. Does Jeff
Sv3rige
ever
reacts to Martin's Lysis.
Hey,
I don't know who Martin Lissus is. I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Does Jeff ever respond to your messages? Yeah, I was talking to him for a bit, and he was responding to my messages. Let's see. Cox R Beat donated $2. Why aren't white people having as much babies anymore, or even getting their cocks beat by a foreign hand as much? Fuck. Okay, this is AI.
You're making bank now. Man, yeah, how much? Like 30? 30? Nah, bro, like 130.
That can't be his real face.
1,000? Yeah, you expected it or
That's
like?
AI.
Nah, I'm proud for you, bro. Are you proud of me? Yeah, appreciate it, bro. That's cool, though. Yeah. I'm making 30 still. Ah, that's tough, bro. I mean, you'll get there one day, though. Like, I mean, 100, I heard, money's not everything. So you can, yeah, you're happy right now, but I heard it's not everything in life. So I mean, yeah, but it's like good to feed my family and stuff. But you know what I'm saying? It's been going good, the job. I mean, it's been doing pretty good, but they said like next month they might have to lay me off just for that month. But wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you happy? Bro.
I know people like that, and they're toxic as fuck. Is 20 to 25 sets per week per muscle group good for somebody on PEDs? In all likelihood, no. In theory, being on steroids may allow you to do more volume, and that volume being productive, but that's still an extremely high amount of volume. In all likelihood, if you need to do that amount of sets per muscle group to maximize growth, you're just not training that hard.
It starts with one thing, I don't know why.
I don't think the dog knew what he was gambling. What's this drawing? I don't know what that drawing is.
Hey, bro, hey, man, that's my gun, man. Get my pot wide open. And they got this pot wide open.
He took his op gun and killed him with it. Okay, this is on TikTok, so I'm assuming this isn't gonna be fucked up.
Boom, he snatched it, took it. Hey, bro, hey. Hey, man, that's my gun, man. Get my pistol back, bro. Don't even try to get it back. Don't do me like that, dog.
Dude, if somebody snatches your gun from you, just run.
Hey, come on, bro. You see that nigga right here in the black? He put the ARP out like, try me, nigga. Play with me if you want to.
Bro, come on, man. Don't do me like that, dog. Hey, y'all don't do me like that, bro. Hey, come on, dog. Hey.
All right, bro, leave alone.
Dude, this guy has to be nuts.
Hey, don't do me like that, bro.
See, now he tripping right there, bro. Just go ahead and leave it alone, bro. The niggas already took your pipe, bro. Go ahead and leave it alone before it get crazy now.
Hey, that was wrong, bro. Nah.
Dude, if somebody's unhinged enough to steal a gun from your waistband, like, yeah, just run. Leave.
He left the stove. What are you finna do?
Bro, he was asking for it. That's just fucking nuts. How stupid can you be?
That nigga got his pipe wide.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation. Cocks are beat. As far as white people not having as much babies, that's a myth. Foreigners end up matching the replacement rate. So people who move to, like, the United States or the UK or whatever, they end up having less children, so... First-generation immigrants, like the people who literally get off the boat, they may have more children, but their children end up having as many kids as, you know, like native-born people. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Beats Me, donated $2, is hydrogen water a scam? Yeah, pretty much. Apparently it has anti-apoptic properties, but apoptosis is essentially a function... removing bad cells, so would it actually be unhealthy to drink this outside of some conditions? So, there's like a few conditions where hydrogen water seems to have some kind of benefit. So, like, I've seen a randomized trial where if you have, like, gastrointestinal distress of some sort, it can be beneficial. But like the thing you have to ask yourself is, like, compared to what other drugs, like, you can take BPC 157, you know, and that also heals a number of gut issues, like, you know, ulcers and shit. So it's like, how good is hydrogen water compared to other treatments? So it's probably just a complete waste, and it's fucking stupid, and it's massively overhyped. I can fucking tell you that. I'm not going to call it 100% useless in all cases, but no one, like, practically zero people will ever benefit from drinking hydrogen water. It's just dumb. It's kind of like the methylene blue thing. Like, people, you know, read something, oh, it improves mitochondrial efficiency. Why would you need that? Like, unless you have some sort of metabolic disorder. So, yeah, vast majority, like 99.9% of the time, no one's going to benefit from hydrogen water, and there may possibly be a few use cases for it. But otherwise, yeah, it's not going to do anything for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Beats Me. Skur donate $2, bro, do a fan meetup in Bramalia City Center. You have a lot of fans here in Brampton. Do I? Like, do a lot of Indian people watch me? I have a friend who lives in Brampton, and I've been there a few times, and I remember I bought, like, a PlayStation from somebody in Brampton. It's all Indian people. I don't know. I'm probably going to end up doing a lot of fan meetups in the future. I don't know if, I don't know if there's a lot of people who know me in Ottawa. Maybe there are. I ran into a few people. So I might do one in Ottawa. Brampton's so far from me now. That's like a 4-hour drive. Actually, more than a 4-hour drive. Thanks for the donation, though, Skur.
Thanks, VG. I am aware Sv3rige, Coincidentally, I've had people be awkward recently, for example telling me how to do my job. I advise against but do it, then complaints from expected bad outcomes. Unfortunately, retarded chimps pay me and I'm confused.
I'm trying to understand what you just said. Had people be awkward recently, telling me how to do my job. I advise against, but do it, then complaints from expected bad outcomes. Oh, so your boss tells you to do something a certain way, you say it's not a good idea, then they tell you to do it anyway, then their stupid idea obviously ends up fucking shit up, and then they complain to you, even though you told them it's a bad idea. Yeah, I've been there, done that. People who do that are assholes. So they're know-it-all, incompetent dickheads, and when it turns out their stupid idea doesn't work, they'll just blame somebody else. So yeah, they're just fucking chimps. You know, what can you do? It's like I say, you know, you can be a rock in... You can be the rock in the water. You know, rain can fall on the water and, like, create all these ripples, and the ripples can interact with other ripples and create more and more turbulence, but, you know, there's, like, rocks that poke up out of the water, no matter how many ripples hit the rock, just bounces off. Like, look, just look at life as entertainment. You know, if you were viewing this from a third-person perspective and seeing people act this stupid, you'd laugh. So don't take anything personally. It's just idiots. You're just experiencing it from a first-person's perspective. That's the only difference. But thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Really appreciate that, dude.
Thoughts on ashwagandha?
I've taken ashwagandha. It absolutely does do something. So it has mental health benefits. It does have a very clear and obvious calming effect. So if you feel like you're kind of stressed and on edge, I would say it is probably worth taking ashwagandha. You don't necessarily have to take it long term and it just be a regular thing in your, like, supplement stack. It does seem to increase testosterone mildly, depending on the study, like either barely at all or like around 10 to 15% on the high end. I don't think that really matters. People kind of hype it up too much, but I would say if you want to take it, I would just take it for some of the mental health benefits with just the calming, relaxing effect, reducing stress. So it absolutely does do something. I've taken it and I've noticed the effects. Thanks for the donation though, nigga.
3500 look at the shirt he's wearing. Do you think he has a tight pussy? Gross www.youtube.com/live/h_s_c=c=osbavum7 who 6s6s609. I made this video youtube.b/q0os_c=z.
I'm like, oh, fine. So, yeah. Anyway. Wow. Should we look at some comments? Shall we? Let's.
Well, it seems that this individual only has a back pussy, and back pussies tend to be tight, so it's probably accurate. Ow. Ow. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, such nice kitties. Oh, that's a mosquito. That's amazing.
Sin goteras. ¿Qué le parece? Ahorita la andaba yo buscando.
Okay, I don't know what that was. Thanks for the donation, VG. The unkempt Indian here was a bit offended when you told that guy to take the towel off his head, bro. I don't recall... Who did I tell to take the towel off his head? I know I have said, like, people wear towels on their head, like Sikhs. I've never referred to them as... I'm pretty confident I've never referred to Sikhs as towel heads. I know I have, but, like, again, I think there's a few religions where they have some sort of headdress, and I refer to it, like, as a towel. So it's not just Sikhs that I've said that. I don't remember ever telling somebody to take the towel off their head. I don't recall.
Hey VG, what do you think about gel-based testosterone? It's a gel you put on your skin to absorb the testosterone. You can only absorb about 10% through the skin. Was thinking about taking it. The highest cans is 125 milligrams test/day, so about 12 milligrams test absorbed.
Gel-based testosterone is fucking stupid. It's for retarded-ass pussies who are too scared of needles. So don't be an idiot. The absorption rate with gels varies massively. Like, it is not just like a 10% absorption rate. Some days you might get like 30-40%. Other days you might get 2 or 3%. It has to do with like a number of conditions like humidity, whether or not you showered, the amount of blood flow going to your skin. So like if you just like had a workout or something and you have more blood flow, you might end up getting more absorption. Whether or not it rubs off on something, because again, if you put it on an area where there's clothing, some of the clothing might soak it up or something, or it could rub off, and then a lot of it doesn't have a chance to get absorbed. And there's way more fucking side effects with gel-based testosterone. So you're way more likely to end up experiencing mood swings, acne, gynecomastia, and it's because the amount of testosterone you're absorbing is different each day, and like it'll go up and down like crazy. So it's just for fucking idiots who are too stupid or too much of a fucking pussy to use a needle. So if you want to take testosterone, just don't be a bitch. Learn to use needles. It's not difficult. If you're using 25 gauge needles, you really don't even feel it. And again, if you're getting a high quality testosterone, like injectable testosterone, injection pain is like 0. So I inject into my shoulders. I either have 0 injection pain and I literally do not feel it, or I might get a little tiny bit of soreness, like really, really tiny, and then it's gone in like 10 or 15 minutes. So you don't even feel the needle going in because they're so sharp. You just want to make sure that you use an extraction needle and an injection needle. One of the reasons for that is so that the needle isn't dull. When you use the injection needle, going through that rubber, nipple at the top of the vial, it dulls the needle. So if you inject it, you're going to get more pain. So just use an extraction needle and an injection needle, and you'll be fine. So I know some needles are scary to some people, and oh my god, I'm taking drugs. Look, just consider it a vaccine against weakness. That's all it is. You're vaccinating yourself against weakness. So just inject. People who just avoid needles when they want to do steroids, they're fucking idiots and they're pussies. That's why orals exist. They're pretty much useless. They're bad for you, and same with these gels. They're pretty much useless and fucking stupid. So just use a goddamn needle. Thanks for the donation though, Janice. Cox R. Beat donated $2. I want to be filled with STDs from a ghetto black mom on welfare. I want to consume the diseases and just be one with it. Have you heard pesticides cause metabolic disorders? I've been having pot symptoms post-COVID. I just want to consume a STD-filled black. What's POTS? Postural orthostatic tachycardia. Oh, that. I think I've had this no, I don't think I have tachycardia. Yeah, I don't have tachycardia. What's the thing? It's when you get dizzy when you're sitting down or lying down and then you stand up. I've had that my entire life. My mom has it too. I'm prone to having low blood pressure. I think it's just a genetic thing because my mom also has it. I have no idea about the POTS thing. I would say just go to a doctor, see what they have to say about it. But I would avoid getting STDs from a ghetto black mom on welfare. Thanks for the donation, Coxer Beat. Oh, now I remember. You fucking, you're the Indian guy who asked me for, looks maxing tips. And I told you to take the towel off your head and work on your physique and just get a nice haircut and shit. Yeah, dude. First of all, there's no point in wearing a turban. Guess what? Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, there is a god that rules the universe or created the universe. He does not give two fucking shits if you wear a towel on your head. Every single fucking animal on the planet does not wear a towel on its head. Pigs don't wear towels on their heads. Chickens, birds, buffalo, hippopotamuses, bears, they don't wear towels on their head. Why in the fuck would God give a fuck if you in particular wear a towel on your head? I can guarantee you with 100% certainty, God does not care if you wear a towel on your head. So if you have nice hair and you have handsome features, yeah, take the turban off. It's stupid. So yeah, if you want to get some if you want to get some attractive girls and you want to date white women and shit, don't wear the turban. It's just stupid. But yeah, now I remember. Mr. Beast, if he was ghetto, donated $2. Let me see.
Think about retro decambulation.
What that is?
Retro decambulation?
Yeah.
When you have a spurving lunar wane shaft, prevent side fumbling.
Right. Shit, man, I can't. We don't really have that.
This is AI, right? Because yeah, he looks like Mr. Beast.
That problem around here.
What do you think about?
Does that guy just look like Mr. Beast, or is this AI? Dude, did they literally find some, like, fucking weird, random, blackish guy? No, I think that is AI. I think I'm seeing Artifact. Yeah, I think that's yeah, that's gotta be AI. How would you react?
That it? Yeah.
What is that? Why the fuck you put this on her, bro?
What? What's that? I think they all come with it, bro.
Why? Like this Pride Month or something?
Yeah, probably like something like that. I don't know. It's like only the sweets though.
Only the sweets?
Yeah. Only the sweets.
Bro,
Yeah.
Can you give me another one, bro?
They all come with it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, fuck, bro.
You'll be alright, man.
No, I don't want this shit like that, bro. Why is to make it?
What did he buy?
It seemed like he's gay. Like that's the trans shit with the flag and shit, right? I'm not tripping.
Oh, are those like shitty mini cigar things?
Damn. Yeah, I think so. That's the gay shit, bro.
Fuck it, bro. Come on.
I'll be
bro.
alright, man.
I wouldn't care.
Sean O'Malley, Sugar Sean. Big fan.
Oh, I get it. That's hilarious. That's funny. That's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Beast, if he was ghetto. Yeah, I fucking hate Sean O'Malley. That guy is gay as shit. Oh. What the hell happened here? Okay.
Genetic Dildo Slave made another video on you.
Hi friends, it's Timon, and I caught this live feed by our good...
Dude, this is 52 minutes. I was reacting to Sean Baker for maybe, like, 10 minutes at most. How did he turn this into a 52-minute video?
They're all doing it. Have you gone there, got a statistic? Did you go knock on their door and ask them? Animal, protein, amino acid in carnivore as raw as I can get them.
Very starch-rich sugar.
The way humans are acting. Why? Why do they have to give these animals all these shots? Because they're feeding them an unnatural diet like humans. The more people get sick, the more they're in business.
That's a lie. You don't need another prescription. Most autoimmune...
You want to know the cure for your autoimmune the autoimmune problem? Just stop doing that. Doctor, every...
I think a lot of autoimmune conditions aren't actually real, and people are just complaining about weird random pains or like just bad feelings, and they end up like, you know, they're hypochondriacs and then they think it's an autoimmune condition. Like, again, unless you can confirm it via like some sort of test, like, okay, you have like an excess amount of these antibodies or something, then like you don't have an autoimmune condition.
Every time I eat these fucking slave food peasant diets, I get autoimmune disease. We'll stop eating them and it'll go away. Just like you're moving your arm, stop moving your arm and the pain will go away. Get it? It's like this.
Get it?
If you want these vegan people to go away, like vegan gains, well, just ignore them. That's all, and they go away. Get it? They disappear.
He's saying this after he made a 52-minute video about me, and I think the last like 5 videos he's made have been about me.
Patients are told to, quote-unquote...
See, here's the thing. The whole industry would collapse. The whole farming industry, the plant industry, the chemicals that they're spraying, the dentists, the doctors, the pharmaceutical companies, all of these things that rely on poison to these slaves and their society. And that's
standard healthcare system suppresses symptoms, never addresses why the immune
healthcare doesn't exist in nature. None of this stuff exists in nature.
system's attacking itself. Carnivore and other elimination diets are powerful tools for many, many people. I personally
see what I mean. If you don't treat your food like medicine, eat it like medicine, they'll be feeding you medicine at the pharmacy. Get it as food.
seen reversal of things like
You know, if he's gonna make claims like this, I would at the very least like to see him kind of...
If he's making claims based on his own experience, yeah, and other people's experiences. So what do you mean by making claims? If he's talking about other people's experiences, because he's a doctor, he's already seen it, right? So if he's talking about other people's experiences and his experience, what are you talking about?
Present his own sort of case report where this patient gave me permission to show this data. She came in with X autoimmune condition. It was confirmed. It was a...
Yeah, but he's no longer a doctor anymore, and he probably has a log of all these things anyway.
Confirmed diagnosis based on the antibodies that we found in her serum. She ended up following this diet. These are the changes in her, like...
Man, how... I've never met anybody as stupid as Vegan Gains. Like, can a human get any more stupider than Vegan Gains? Like, how dumb do you have to fucking be, man? This is why he's on crazy meds, right? He has all these crazy, I don't know, these outbursts and shit because he's mentally retarded. He's suffering from high estrogen from these plants and shit. He's all fucked up. He's aggressive. He's constantly using profanity, so I'm going to use profanity too. Why not? But I'm a lot calmer than him because I have high testosterone, because I eat natural food, man. I don't eat slave food peasant diets like him. He's a motherfucking slave, a peasant, dude. You love being a peasant and a slave, don't you, Vegan Gains, right? Come on, tell the truth, man. You really are a peasant and a slave. Look at you. You love eating slave food peasant diets and shit and promoting them as if, oh, there must be healthy or something for me. Because, man, I just love being a drug addict my entire life on these fucking drugs called plants.
Body weight or something. These are the changes in her diet, exercise program. We ended up doing the same.
Yeah. I know. He made them up, right? Right, Vegan Gains? He made it all up. Like, he's talking on a video. He's not even talking to you. He's just having a conversation with, an audience.
So he's calling me an idiot for asking for evidence for his claims. Only an idiot would ask for evidence. Trust me, bro, is good enough. Alright, well that's Genetic Beast. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Oh, that's good. Forget About Me, donate $2. Do you remember Double for Anime? Real name Richard Wallace. You may remember Filthy Frank mocked him. He got trolled relentlessly, disappeared, became a meth head, made schizo posts on IG, went to prison, released for mental instability.
As a platform,
I don't.
YouTube has witnessed the rise and fall of many of its. Double for Anime was considered one of the top players in the anime tube. But if
Oh, now I vaguely remember this guy. Did he didn't kill anybody, did he? I swear.
Come home from whatever, and like I read some of your guys' comments that you guys leave me.
Duality and burning any bridges that had been created wrong, it was the byproduct of at least one of his attempts on March 24th.
Like, I don't really give enough of a shit about any of this.
4th, 2024, a man was found trespassing in Broward County.
Yeah, like, I don't want to watch a really shitty video made by a guy with 77 subscribers with a terrible microphone. I vaguely remember that guy. I don't really care too much, though. Thanks for the donation, Forget About Me.
The turban isn't to impress God. At the time it was a rebellious act to wear one. Only Muslims were allowed. Sikhs began tying 2 turbans to revolt. Adur Allah. Anyway, I'm not the guy who asked. But I do wear a turban. Luckily I still do well with the girls.
Yeah, that's still stupid. I don't know why the fuck religious people do what they do. It is so fucking dumb. Like, you know, I had that long debate with Jim Bob yesterday, and, you know, it sounds like the core reason these religious idiots do what they do, like, you know, go to church, pray, wear certain religious clothing, you know, adjust their behavior. It's not because they think it's the right thing to do. It sounds like they're just afraid. Like, they're afraid of what, like, Magic Man in the sky is gonna do. Particularly after they die. Like, look, you're just a fucking coward. If you're gonna let fear control you and dictate your behavior, that's all you are, a fucking coward. And I don't know why you think a god would appreciate cowardice. If there is a god, I don't think he's someone who will reward you for fear and cowardice. It's just weak bitch behavior. That's all it is. So if you're doing this crap because you're afraid of going to hell or you're afraid of some sort of divine punishment, you're just a bitch. You have your own will, and you have the power to enact your own will. And if you're going to give that up, you know, out of fear, then, again, you're just a cowardly bitch. And I don't know why any god would reward that. Thanks for the donation, though, the Unkempt.
React to this.
Do you think it's time to recognize a Palestinian state?
I think that... We already reacted to this. Yeah, Buttigieg is a fucking pussy. Just cucking to the woke left mob. Fuck you. Absolute cocksucker. Just guzzles dick. You know, when it comes to, like, supporting Ukraine and giving them weapons, like, we know that Ukraine is using weapons to attack Russian civilian infrastructure. So, like, you know, oil rigs, you know, stuff like that, disrupting Russia's oil production. And we can be certain there are some civilians that are dying. Like, does anybody whine and cry about that? No. But, oh, when the Jews do it, evil, evil, genocide, like, stop playing into it. Like, stick to your fucking morals. These people are just spineless fucking cowards. I can't stand politicians. They're all just spineless fucking lying cowards. But yeah, we reacted to that yesterday. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's up, guys? Today we're going to be looking at a guy called...
Who do you got, Kamzat or Duplessis? I got Kamzat.
Martins Litzes. I'm just kidding. It's Martins Litzes. The reason I'm probably one of the only people online who can pronounce his name correctly is because we are from the same country, Latvia. He's a so-called strongman who travels all around the earth and looks for other...
Oh, him.
Home there.
Okay, I know who he is.
Nice.
They say you a Sanu now. My last name. Yeah. And for me, there's no experience that could be better than coming here to see Chef de Canton. just met a king. Yep. King of Bobo. Chef de Canton. I said it correctly? Yeah. I was so nervous. I was repeating in my head. Really? Chef de Canton. You said it perfectly. Chef de Canton. Yeah. I did not want to mess up. They told me that I am now Bibi's.
Look up maple syrup and esophagus cancer. It helps with treatment.
I don't understand where the cowardice is. It was simply a revolutionary act at the time. So was carrying weapons. Lynch mobs used to cut the men's hair and rape the women. So they began to defend themselves. There is no heaven or hell in Sikhism.
Well, okay. I guess you just do that then. I've met Sikhs who think it pleases God to wear a turban. So I don't know if that's just your belief specifically, but I've met Sikhs who wear turbans because they think it makes God happy or something, so. But thanks for the donation, the Unkempt. Appreciate it.
Agreed VG, this is why I don't care for politics and never will. It's mostly a BS puppet show anyway.
Yeah, it's just retarded people doing retarded shit and trying to get retarded people to vote for them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Brother.
The craziest part is that he's 34 years old. He's younger than me. I thought that he's in his...
Okay, yeah, Goatis is a year or two older than me, I think. That's nuts. This guy is the same age as me. He looks so much older.
Mid-40s, at least. He experiences a lot of stress, as you will probably see in the video.
I am Sanu. I'm officially a Sanu. You know, there's something incredible about these drums. At first, when I walked in, I was so nervous, I could hardly think. But these drums...
Did you really get a girlfriend? Can we still go on a date? I sent you a DM. DM where?
What are you going to do because Stefania's pussy was ruined by Sugar Boy? Sugar Boy also said he can outrun 99.9% of humans on the planet. Is that true? It probably is. But yeah, he's Australian, she's Australian. He already ruined her pussy. You care?
Yeah, that's not true. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? Hey, little kitty. What's my little kitty up to? Oh my god, you're so big. You're not a little kitty, you're so big. Oh my god. Hey, Gummy. Oh. Where's my little baby? Come here. Come here, my little liquid cat. Oh. How's my handsome? How's my handsome baby? You know I love you. You're so beautiful. Yeah, you're such a big, beautiful baby. You can get your num-nums in a little bit, okay? Gotta wait another hour. You get fed at 5 o'clock. Love you so much, though. You're my big, handsome baby. Isn't he so big and handsome? Yeah, I don't see a DM you sent me. Like, I don't really have a girlfriend, but, you know. Hey, I mean, if you're cute and you're in my area, yeah, send me a DM. Maybe we can go on a date if you're serious. I'm up for it. Let's see. I don't know if this guy's still watching the stream. I previously asked you on stream whether 20 to 25 sets per week per muscle group is efficient for someone using PEDs. I realized I wasn't specific enough. In this mesocycle, I'm increasing the volume for my chest, which is my least developed area. So I'm dedicating 20 to 25 sets per week to it. My other muscle groups are around 15 sets per week. Is this volume for my chest and total volume still efficient? $20 to $25 sets for chest sounds like overkill. 15 sets per muscle group per week is pretty high, especially for a man. Like that is definitely on the high end of things. Here's the thing, everyone's different. Like there's no right single way to train. What it's really going to come down to is whether or not you progress. So the easiest way to tell if you're actually making gains and progressing is just weight lifted. So if you can use the same amount of reps for a given lift with the same technique but with a heavier weight, that's a sure sign that you're building muscle mass. So if moving from, say, 15 sets for your chest to 20 to 25, you notice that you're able to increase weight on the bar or on a given lift faster, well, then you figured out that that increase in volume was in fact beneficial for progress. You're making more progress than you were before. So just make sure to track your workouts. And yeah, just compare the progress you're making with your like 15 set per week routine versus the 2020 to 2025 set per week routine. If you're able to add more weight faster, then it works. So 20 to 25 sounds like a hell of a lot. Probably too much. I know for me personally, and it's going to vary from individual to individual. If I were to do that many sets per week, I'd end up getting really, really severe tendinitis or tendinopathy and really risk tendon injuries. But that's also likely due to the amount of weight I'm lifting. So if you're a smaller guy and the kind of weights you're lifting are just not as heavy, you may be able to benefit from that additional volume. But I know for myself personally, there's no way I'd be able to do that.
Turban Moron is missing the point. He asked how he can attract white American women. Take off the turban. End of story.
Yeah, you're probably going to be more attractive if you just show off your nice hair. Indian people do have nice hair. So if you get a good haircut and everything, you're probably going to be more attractive to most white, American or Western women. There are some chicks that are just into foreign ethnic shit. So if they see a dude with religious wear, there may be some that find that attractive, but again, in general, probably not.
After some time, I felt like I was hypnotized. Yeah, same feeling. Eventually, all my body relaxed, and I felt like all I could hear were the drums. It's very spiritual. Yeah, and I really felt something. And then I felt...
Did you hear about the guy firing 500 shots at a CDC building? I did not. It's not surprising that would happen, but I did not hear about that.
Completely at peace, and I felt so much love for the room I was in, for the people I was with, and just to be, of course, in front of the king. What an experience.
But the people in that room were not even living in this reality. They held their hands up, I don't know why,
By the way, this is coming from the Flat Earther.
And I guess that they imagined how there's some spiritual being there with them in the room. Who knows? And nobody can understand it fully because even they don't really understand what they are doing. It would have been a better trip to go to Ethiopia and eat raw meat, or go to South Sudan and drink raw milk with the people.
Now I'm ready for wrestling. Just finish up my nap, reset my adrenals.
Yeah, he naps during the day because he has no energy, obviously, because he's stressed non-stop.
Do some wrestling. I feel like there's a fire burning inside me. I'm glad we're doing this.
That's what it looks like on the outside also.
It's in the afternoon, a little later, because when we saw the king today, it was like 45 degrees Celsius. It was hot. For those of you that don't know, that's like 116 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoa, it was scorching. As we arrived,
Fahrenheit doesn't matter. Nobody uses that on this earth except
That Brad guy who was cancelled for screaming at his ex in a leaked audio recording is self-flagellating on Destiny's stream RN, saying he deserves the hate, lol.
Somebody sounds stupid.
I guess for me, I just feel like I mean, I'm going back to college, you know, and I'm gonna go try to do something else for a bit and, you know, just see, because, like,
damn,
you know, I never know. Yeah.
Going back to college for stuff like related to music or something?
His girlfriend's clearly a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Dodo donated $3. Let me see. Women are terrifying. What is going on? None of that is true, but unlike you, I don't lie, so here are some facts. You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at TP USA event while everybody watched and there were families around. Morgan, you're a single mother with a public video admitting you have HPV. You may want to sit this one out. 2, you suck black dick and probably have AIDS. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Hey, Gum Gum. My kitty hungry?
Yeah, women do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
except for one population, I guess. Does anybody else use it? It's irrelevant.
at the location, immediately the soul could be felt. Nothing but mango trees and a ring on the dirt. No fancy gymnasium, just true, pure wrestling under the scorching sun. Reminds me of this when we did mud wrestling in Pakistan. A sand pit on the side. We're here. Time to wrestle. Probably said it's time to wrestle over and over again.
He goes mud wrestling in Pakistan, and then...
What do you think of non-binary people and they, them pronouns? Who cares? It's fine. Like... there probably are. Like, it probably is a real thing. I've seen a lot of women who identify as non-binary who are pretty fucking hot. A lot of them are in like pretty good shape and they're like tomboys, and I'm into tomboys, so you know, whatever. It is what it is. Who cares? Somebody wants to identify as you know, some other gender. Who the fuck cares?
Some kind of fighting wrestling here, and yeah, for what? You don't win anything anyway. You don't achieve anything, you don't prove anything to anybody. All that you do is create more wrinkles on your face and age your body and reduce your lifespan. What a shame.
No.
Salute.
Gummy.
Martins.
Gummy, don't jump on my monitor. You're a son of a bitch. Can you explain why you believe Guts might be half apostle? So... maybe it's just easier if I go to the... I made a post about this. I don't know how far down I'm gonna have to... Was it deleted? Maybe it's just way far back.
I swear allegiance to Lord Goatis.
That's good. Very brave of you to come out. Thanks for the donation, rot-hearted Sv3rige fan. There we go. So I made a post about this. Guts and Zod have some interesting, like, physical similarities.
Woman aren't sin. I still remember that woman writing a song about killing all men and putting them in concentration camps.
Yes, I remember that too, Dodo. It's pretty fucked up. Thanks for the donation, dude. So, Guts and Zod have some pretty interesting, like, physical similarities. Like, they're obviously both muscular, but they sort of have, like, a same body shape. Like, if Guts was just bigger, he'd probably look a lot like Zod. Even their face, like, I swear there is a little bit of a resemblance, only, like, Zod's obviously a bit more demonic. And when you look at their, like, character and personalities, like, Zod is basically what Guts would have become if he had become an apostle. Like, so it seems like there's some, like, odd similarities there, where, like, their personalities kind of align, the way they look kind of looks similar. He also seems to be sympathetic to Guts and Casca, and I outlined this. They have pretty strong physical resemblance. Personalities aren't too dissimilar. Zod has gone out of his way to help Guts while he was fighting the Tudor Temple. They've teamed up to defeat Ganishka, and in the recent chapter appears to be sympathetic to Guts and Casca, so he may be aware of their blood relation. Since Zod is so old, he could either be an ancestor of Guts, or he may even be his father. The Apostle Wylad had sex with human women, but it's unclear if apostles are capable of making women pregnant. Perhaps in their more humanoid form they can, which could be a way some pseudo-apostles have come into existence. So there are pseudo-apostles. Nobody really knows where the pseudo-apostles necessarily came from, and some of these the pseudo-apostles may be children of apostles. Guts' biological mother was hung to death as a heretic, so perhaps she was killed for having sex with an apostle, which would make sense. This would also explain why Guts has inhuman levels of strength and is able to wield the dragon sword and has a nearly uncontrollable rage. So again, like, his strength is so ridiculously, like, beyond any humans in the story. Like, it's supernatural strength. And even the apostles and humans he ends up fighting, like, they question whether or not he's human regularly. Throughout the series, many characters also refer to Guts as a demon and question whether he's even human. And oh good, I have to scroll all the fucking way down again. Because that's how this works. And I made a second post expanding on it. Yeah, here we go. More evidence in support of my Berserk theory that Zod is related to Guts. In Chapter 179 on the Hill of Swords, while Guts and Zod were fighting for the second time, Zod calls Guts boy. This could just be a coincidence and an insult, but given Kentaro Miura's writing style, he may have been alluding to the idea that they are in fact blood relatives. So in the Japanese version, it translates as like an insulting term, like, oh boy, infant kind of thing. But that could have a double meaning. You know, it may be something kind of hidden, and Kentaro Miura wanted to suggest something. In the context of which Zod calls Guts boy, doesn't sound like an insult, as Zod was giving Guts respect for surviving and was pleased that he was alive. Doesn't sound like he was trying to belittle Guts by calling him boy. Characters in Berserk also have the ability to sense whether they have blood relation to other characters. After Griffith was reborn using the flesh of Guts and Casca's child, he noted that he felt feelings for Guts and Casca due to having their child's flesh. Casca was still having her mind lost, while still having her mind lost, also felt a connection to Griffith due to him having the flesh of her child. Zod may have later realized that he and Guts are related, which again would explain why he's helped Guts survive to see future battles and has, sympathy for him and Casca. So it's possible. They may be related. I don't think it's totally crazy. We'll see. But I think it's plausible. Cunt Slam on Cock donate $2. What's your opinion on when a girl rides on top and does heavy slams on your cock? When I say it, I mean slams. I'm not interested. Like, I don't like it when girls are on top. It just doesn't feel good to me. Okay.
Houston rapper Guero 10K is learning a tough street lesson from behind bars. Loyalty is a myth when you're locked up for life. After being convicted for a 2019 Houston unaliving spree that left 5 gone and was shamelessly flaunted on social media, Guero has turned to Instagram to air out his friends. He's calling his homies fake, claiming the same guys he risked it all with are nowhere to be found now. LOL on my pack.
Hardened cocks right here. Okay, thanks for the donation, Cunt Slams on Cock.
Okay, the Brad guy's gone. See if you can get in Destiny's Discord and call that guy a cuck.
Destiny is still not in Discord. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Guts looks good, but would look better in a turban, smiley face emoji. Also VG, do you ever think about the risk/benefit ratio of gaining muscle? It's obviously important for metabolism and glucose regulation. But is there a point at which it's not providing benefit?
If you're talking about in the context of a natural lifter, no. The more muscle you have, the better. If you're talking about pro bodybuilders who are using high amounts of steroids to build as much muscle as possible, then yeah, that would tip the scale where building more muscle than you can naturally probably won't have a benefit and may in fact be a detriment due to things like hemodynamic changes and also just effects from the drugs you're taking. But no, like assuming you're natural, even mildly enhanced, the more muscle you have, the better. Thanks for the donation, though, the unkempt.
What did she say?
Quick tip. First thing you do when you start repairing any sort of house, building, whatever, take everything off. Electrical fixtures, light fixtures, fans, everything that needs to be cleaned, it's got dust on it, dirt, get it out of the house. Extra furniture, get it out of the house because you want a clean canvas. Start with bleach. Bleach is your friend. It kills all the germs. So bleach your walls, bleach your floors, get a clean canvas so that you can paint and get 4 walls up and see what you got.
Did she like kill somebody? Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Spec King of that, what are your thoughts on women writing songs about killing all men or saying they want them put in concentration camps?
That's not very nice. Not very nice at all. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. How many times per day do you jerk off now that you're on steroids? It's been every day now, and sometimes like 2 or 3 times. Whereas before, it would be like once and maybe like, 3-4 times a week. So I've been hornier, for sure.
Okay, to see you. I am the coach and manager of athletic youth. My name is Nonto Akekele. All right, so baby's almost not here. He just gave me the heads up to go outside, start warming up, and then we're gonna get the grappling. Takes a lot of balls is what you're doing right now. Thank you, brother. Traveling the world.
How does it take balls to fight people, which is not even real fighting? Nothing even happens in these fights. Tell me one thing that happens. Yes, sometimes somebody injures themselves, which is stupid. That's about it. None of this is real fighting.
Every time, fearful of getting mad. I'll often.
Okay, Sv3rige would know about real fighting, wouldn't he? The only people, he's never even fought anybody in his life. He committed a mass stabbing at his high school, and he's beat up his girlfriends. The guy's a complete coward. Lemons give you life, donate $2. Do you know Friendly Jordies? Yeah,
For a lot
of he's a fucking idiot. He makes good criticisms of the Australian government and shit, but I'm not watching this Penguin Zero vid. I don't give 2 fucking shits about anything Penguin Zero has to say about anything. The guy's a fucking idiot. But I know Friendly Jordies. The guy's a complete hypocrite. He talks about how he cares about the environment and shit, but then, like, when you ask him to go vegan, like, I can't do it. It's too much difficult. Won't make a difference if I go vegan. You know, that shit. Typical dumbass Australian bullcrap. He does make good content criticizing the Australian government, but he's a pro-Palestine fucktard, and he's a pro-immigration fucktard, too. So he is a bit of a lefty cuck retard. So he's really only good at criticizing corruption. That's really it. Thanks for the donation, Lemons Give You Life. Cock Gargle donated $2. Can't watch that video. It's making me log in, and I don't have a TikTok account.
dating apps. Sometimes kids fuck up, and grown men like you try to take advantage of them.
I don't want to take
and
advantage
make sure
of
they're
them.
real little kids so you
I
can
don't wanna
fucking be
take-
gentle
Bro,
with them, huh?
I promise on
Hey,
my
Drew,
life.
everybody's gonna know you wanted to fuck with a little girl today. Got it? You like that shit? You a bitch, and everybody you work with.
Go for it.
Go for it. I got your license plate too, you fucking piece of shit. RXUYX8.
I suggest y'all fucking get going, motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here.
Come on, we don't give a fuck. Shoot it, bitch.
Hey. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That boy Drew. That boy Drew, a predator.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Child predator, Drew.
Get out to my yard. Now we gotta call the police. Now we gotta call the cops.
I don't know, man. Hey, let's go, Dr. Pepper. This boy Drew, a child predator. Go. Roger that.
Dance. Hey, hold on.
Roger that.
Dance. Hey, hold on. We're gonna make you dance.
Hey, never again.
No again.
Never again. You understand?
No,
Never again. That's That's an alley-oop smack.
This is the correct
Tell us why you
way.
wanted a little boy to go in the backyard and fuck you while you smoked a cigarette. A little kid you thought you was talking to.
What are you talking about, little kid?
Go fucking being stupid. A 13-year-old.
I don't.
A 13-year-old kid.
Don't.
You got weapons on you?
No.
No?
No.
So would you want a little kid to go in the backyard and...
Look like I was talking to an 18-year-old.
No, you didn't, dumb
Yes,
fuck.
I did.
Stupid bitch, quit lying to me and you get smacked. You hear me?
Sure.
We're gonna figure out everything we need to figure out about you. Plus, like I said, if you don't start telling the truth, the cops gonna come. And they're gonna really see all this shit where you thought you was about to fuck a little boy. You want a little kid to go balls deep in you in your backyard while you smoked a cig?
Like, why are you... It's just boring. Thanks for the donation, dude. Thanks for the donation, Richard. $22, ouch.
Twisted cords, busted members, and the 4-hour horror nobody wants to talk about. Some are rare, some are...
Okay, I'll take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Spec King of which how the hell are women allowed to say that shit online and not get taken down for hate speech?
Double standards everywhere. Thanks for the donation, Dota.
Common, and all of them downright excruciating. Today, we're breaking down the 5 most painful things that can happen to the male body. Let's dive right in, shall we? Number 5.
Okay, fine, I'll feed you now. Oh my god, just get off my monitor. Get down. I'll feed you. Just get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Jeez, okay, I gotta feed this cat. He keeps jumping on my fucking computer monitor. I'll be right back. Let's go. All right. There we go. The cat has been fed.
Testicular torsion. This first one brings a whole...
Yeah, I know what testicular torsion is. Kidney stones.
Oriented pain, priapism. Let's talk about the warning label you've definitely seen, but probably ignored. Seek help if your erection lasts more than 4 hours.
I don't know why I'd watch this video. Who cares?
Say I'm doing this for fun to put on a kind face. But really, under the hood, so much more is happening. Every match, even if it's a friendly practice, a competitive voice secretly erupts in my head. Win. And I wish I could just shut it up. As the warm-ups commenced, my heart rate skyrocketed.
He is extremely obese. I don't say that to offend him, but just purely based on his BMI, I can already visually see that. I don't need to calculate it, measure it. I don't need him to weigh himself. He's a pretty tall guy, but that doesn't change anything, obviously. You can see that anyway. Yeah, if you do any kind of natural fighting, no rules, you simply fight. Just you set us out into nature and fight, I would win. Do it 1,000,000 times over, I would win any fight. 100%.
Yes, Sv3rige is the uncrowned ultimate fighting champion of the world. He could easily beat somebody who's literally 10 times stronger than he is.
100%. He would have no chance whatsoever.
And all we were doing was lightly jogging, occasionally leapfrogging, and intermittently...
Yeah, but that's also the only thing you can really do, right? Because you can't move fast. You're not an agile, natural human being. You don't have the body composition for anything natural, I would say. Eddie Hall, for example, there was recently a video released of him running after some people. I would say that even a 3-4-year-old child is quicker than Eddie Hall. And that's how slow these people are. That's why in a natural fight, they just can't do anything.
Doing wrestling agility.
Sv3rige does not train. He does not exercise. He has absolutely no experience whatsoever in any martial arts. And he thinks he could easily beat somebody who actually works out and trains and is like twice the size and is on steroids. They may be slow relative to other professional athletes, but buddy, you're not a pro athlete. You're not athletic in the least. What a delusional fuckwit.
I just had to walk outside to be warmed up for this. The heat, especially at a body weight of over 300 pounds, is excruciating. Even before...
Okay, yeah, there you go. I didn't even need the numbers because it's obvious, but it's confirmed now anyway.
Before getting to actual practice moves, my mind and body were cooked. It's so hot, I'm like struggling with my breath. I cannot go to Brazil and do jiu-jitsu there.
Yeah, that's also not normal, man. It's because you have way too much mass.
I'll die. Wow. Through all my wrestling and jiu-jitsu training, never had I encountered a throw done like this, with your opponent locked in behind you. With warm-ups and drills done, it was time for some sparring. My opponent, Sv3rige, the victor of the semifinals for Iron Baby's tournament, and another foe even more daunting, Sv3rige.
Chronologically, in reality, you're basically...
Okay, whatever.
To say this, I've been saying this for decades. How hard did you go? I went all out and I said, for $1,000 for each and every rep, could you have done another rep? Oftentimes they'll say, well, yeah, $1,000 a rep. I probably could have got 2, 3, maybe even 5 more. That means you had 2 to 5 reps in reserve. If you can do another rep, I don't care if it's for $1 million. If you had been paid $1,000, could you have done another rep? If the answer is yes, you're not training all out.
Like, once you got to that point, you could think about anything on this planet. Like, you can't do it.
Well, he doesn't know. Mike Israetel, he speaks Russian. And so when you curse in Russian and you think in Russian, it comes out of you. You push harder.
So if you tell them to leave reps in reserve, they end up leaving too many reps in reserve. So if I tell them to leave 2 reps in the tank, and we have research now that shows this, they might leave 5, 6, 7 reps in the tank.
People have no idea how hard they're pushing. They just don't know. And so if you...
I don't know why people bother bringing this up. If you have a, like, actual structured program, this isn't a problem. Because you're going to be employing progressive overload, and if you're actually tracking and logging your workouts, you're just going to keep adding 5 pounds to a lift until you fail, and then you can't get any more reps. And then when you look at your logbook, you know, you're just going to end up like doing a deload or something and then resetting somewhere like, you know, maybe 10, like 5 to 15 pounds before you reach that failure point. And then you're going to be resetting the week with roughly 3 reps in fucking reserve. So it just doesn't matter. Like, again, it's a non-issue if you're properly, if you're following a properly structured program and you're keeping a logbook. Q donated $2. Some idiot in your chat telling everyone to buy an OLED. Shit burns in so fast, it's not suitable for desktop use.
Dark greys and lighter greys and whites. The line is most prominent, but taskbar burn-in is also visible. Of particular interest are some of the mid-grey enhanced results, which show the left-right uniformity issue getting worse over time from 6 months through to 15 months. The right side is visibly darker now than it was back at 6 months in several of these examples, and there is clearly more degradation today, even compared to our previous snapshot after 12 months of use. This has the effect of making the line more visible, because it makes the boundary between the left and right side of the monitor more distinct. This is something I'm starting to notice more in applications with a dark background like Premiere. The line is becoming easier to notice, and grey uniformity is getting worse. We can also use color examples to explore how individual subpixels are degrading. This is pretty hard to spot in the regular shots, but there are some faint signs of burn-in throughout each of the color examples. But when we enable the enhancement filter, things become more obvious. The red subpixel has degraded the least, though at the 15-month mark there are some very faint signs of vertical line and taskbar in terms of vertical line and the green subpixel also appears to be degradable.
Yeah, like, this is why I still haven't gotten an OLED. I think, what is it, VN panels are probably the best right now. You have good color accuracy, fast response time, very deep blacks, and when you have local dimming, it's very, very close to an OLED. I know it's not quite as good, but it's very, very close. And you don't have the burn-in issue. Like, I don't want to buy a, you know, expensive monitor and then, like, 6 months into using it, I see all these, like, weird lines and burn-ins. Like, it's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Q. Cock Gargle donated $2. Wood chipper, what is your opinion on this? I'd say rat on the stomach with a pot covering it and put hot coal on top of it and force the rat to eat through his stomach. Yeah, die.
My name is Connor Gardner Weston. I'm 27 years old and live in Dayton, Ohio. I am an anti-contact, non-offending pedophile. I am fundamentally against adult-minor relationships because I know that they are harmful. I don't have any urges that I need to control, just like how most straight men don't have the urge to rape every woman they meet. Pedophilia is not a choice. I can choose not to harm my...
I don't know why you'd torture him when he's not harming anybody, but yeah, it's a pretty fucked up problem. Thanks for the donation, Cock Gargle.
Tell someone, yeah, you know, don't go too hard. Leave 1 or 2 reps in reserve. They're thinking, okay, and they stop 3 to 5 reps in reserve. And so it's better to say, go all out. Everything you got, because they'll still most likely stop with 3 reps in reserve.
Darker. Nah, bro. That's it. That's the end of the road right there.
Probably had like 5 more, but it's fine.
I mean, he literally had 12 more reps in the tank, according to Dr. Mike.
Let's do one more. And control it yourself.
And so you see Jeff assisting him doing forced reps. This is an excellent training technique. However, most people don't have a partner, and so they're not often able to do this. But one thing you could do with this exact motion is to just do partials reps at the end, or once you've completed as many reps as possible, you remove the weight and you continue. If you're doing a plate-loaded machine, lat pull-downs, for example, if you're doing 200 pounds, you could go for 8 reps, put the peg down to 170 and continue.
I mean, he literally might be 1 in a billion, actually.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. There are 8 billion people on this planet, of which 4 are males, and you're trying to think, who is the best 19-year-old of all time? Is he, in fact, one of the best? If he's in the top 4, he's 1 in a billion. I do believe, most likely, there have been in this planet men with better physiques than this at 19. And so if you think about it, he's probably at least 1 in 100 million. I mean, how many 19-year-olds are out there and how many have this much muscle? If the answer is none, there are no men out there with this much muscle who are this lean, who are natural, then he's probably 1 in 100 million.
It's just math. Yeah. Like, someone has to be the best at it. Like, there's somebody who's the tallest. Yeah. There's somebody who's the oldest.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's math. It's statistics. Somebody has to be the best. And you're thinking, well, no, everyone's 1 in a million. No, but who do you think you're going to notice on social media? Are you going to notice all the average people? I mean, when you ask women to look at men, they only notice.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people who kind of freak out about, you know, like people who look extremely good and it's questionable if they're natty. Like, you have to take into consideration the reason they're like big on social media is because like they're unique, they stand out. So when you're talking about like the best of the best in the entire world, and there's no barrier for who can like upload to social media. Yeah, if you get the best in the whole world, you're probably gonna get some genetic outliers who are freaks and just build muscle easier.
Notice men who are 8, 9s, and 10s. Everyone else, they don't exist. If you're an average-looking guy of 5 and they look around, they don't see you. You don't exist. And if you're not 5'9", 5'10", you also don't exist. They're looking right over you. It's not your fault. They can't see you. And so when it comes to bodybuilders, when you look on social media, on Instagram, on YouTube, you're seeing the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1%, and it continues. That is why you know of Julian. If Julian's arms, his biceps were 3 inches smaller, it'd still be impressive, but you probably wouldn't have noticed him. And when I look at Julian's physique, it's great, it's impressive, but it really is the arms that makes him stand out. If Julian had normal-sized arms, perhaps not even normal, the size of Hussein or Jeff Nippard, he wouldn't stand out as much. And if you compare Julian to, for example, Hussein, Hussein has wider shoulders and Jeff Nippard, he has better shape. And so in a bodybuilding competition, once Julian's actually competing, his weaknesses will begin to be exposed. Guy like Chris Bumstead with much wider clavicles, he would make Julian look very, very tiny, despite the fact that in the future, he may have more muscles. And so if Julian's ambition is to be on the Olympia stage, he best not attempt to do it in classic physique. He's going to have to go into open, and he's quickly going to realize that because his shoulders aren't wide like Derek Lunsford or Sebum, it's going to be a hindrance, very difficult to move up the ladder.
Eudomania for Sentience donated $2. Did you watch Squid Game? No. It ended with an affirmation of speciesism and human supremacy and a name the trait dodge instead of using the parallel of horse racing for an animal plus human rights message. Well, I can't watch this. I'm gonna get copyrighted, dude. I haven't seen Squid Game. I have no idea what the story's about. But yeah, there's no way I can watch that. I'm gonna get a copyright takedown thing. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Yo, let's go. Easy.
It was flying.
And even the way he's doing his pull-ups, you can see he's using mostly biceps. The size of his arms are taking over. And so Julian is going to have to work on relaxing those arms and using his back. If I was coaching Julian, I would say, look, your arms are impressive. You're never training them. There's no reason to train them. Great to have overdeveloped arms, but to have them too overdeveloped, it's distracting from the ref's physique. He needs to work on the lateral head of the shoulders. He needs to make...
Dude, I don't know why people fucking say this stupid shit. Like, everyone has different proportions. Like, even with people who, like, don't train, you know, like, there are girls with really big asses, really big tits. Like, does anyone say your boobs are too big, your ass is too big? Like, no, it's just, like, a feature that's appreciated. Like, yeah, some people are disproportionate, but, like, you appreciate that disproportion. Like, yeah, there's girls with, like, really big fucking titties, but they have a small body, but it's, like, hot. So, like, it's the same thing. Like, why is it a problem if somebody's arms are, like, way more developed than some other parts of their body? Like, it's just the way they look. He doesn't need to, like, make his arms smaller. It's just what he looks like. It's not a fucking problem. It doesn't make him look ugly or bad. Like, yeah, in a bodybuilding show, you want to consider these things, but as far as I understand, I don't think he's going to end up competing. So who cares?
Make them bigger than ever. That is by far his weakness. And so if he can focus on his weaknesses and maintain his strengths, his physique will get that much better.
This is probably my worst movement, like strength-wise.
Oh yeah, back?
That's probably my like weakest lift. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yes, it's interesting how some people are weaker in one area than the other. And although it's just the back, I was much stronger in the seated rows than Hussein, but he was stronger than me in the pull downs. And so even though your back is being worked for both of these positions, they are in fact different muscles.
Incline bench ever since I started training. So like that helped me grow my upper chest. Yeah. And like I said, I had the Jeff Nippard folder, so it helped a lot.
I love it, bro.
The Jeff Nippard folder. Somebody got to get access to his hard drive.
Okay. There's no one optimal. Yeah. It depends on the person, their goals, and the context, okay? So right now, as an advanced trainee who's trying to get shredded, I'm actually doing low volume training.
And so you can see, nothing is technically optimal. It depends on the person and their situation. Jeff is cutting, and so doing a lot of volume, although on paper would appear to be optimal, it's not for him. He doesn't have the energy, the calories, the ability to recover as quickly. His testosterone levels are perhaps a little bit lower from the cut. And so doing fewer sets, fewer volume with greater intensity on each of those sets works better for him. I'm doing that right now, and it's actually much more effective. If I were training the way I did in the past, 6 or 7 days a week, lots of volume, lots of intensity, I'm certain my muscles would be a lot smaller. You're thinking, how is it possible that you're building just as much muscle training twice a week as you would if you're training 6 to 7 days a week? Well, what's changed is I'm now a bike racer. I'm racing bikes, literally. I put over 1,000 watts for over 30 seconds, winning my sprint in the bike yesterday. And so how do you think I'm going to be able to train legs, leg press, squats, leg extensions, all of that, and burn myself out in the gym and train and recover while continuing to race bikes? I'm riding bikes 6 to 7 days a week, oftentimes doing races, and so I simply can't handle the volume. And so by decreasing the volume and increasing the intensity on each and every set, I'm able to adapt to both and get the best of both worlds. Now, if I quit bike racing and wanted to be a bodybuilder, it would make sense to going back to training 3 or more days a week.
And so I think it just makes a lot more sense to keep the intensity really high and bring the volume back.
Volume down,
And bro, I've been feeling so good. Like, I love my workouts. I'm continuing to get stronger.
Notice, he loves his workouts, he's getting stronger. What else do you need to know? If you're getting stronger and you're loving your workouts, your muscles look good, then keep doing what you're doing. One thing that would help Jeff most certainly is if he was using Turk Builder Max or Turk Platinum. I mean, he's able to maintain a lot of muscle, 155 pounds.
Yeah, let's see. Waste $50 on Turk Builder or Turk Platinum that does nothing. Or spend $50 a month or less on testosterone cypionate, you could easily double or quadruple your natural test levels. I think Jeff's natural test was at like 400 something. He could easily get his testosterone up to like between 1,500 and 2,000, only taking about 20 milligrams of test cypionate per day. And it would only cost him like less than $50 a month. So what's going to do more for him? Taking Turk Builder, which has no fucking randomized trials whatsoever, no proven efficacy, and anecdotally, no one has made any progress taking this stupid fucking supplement. Show me anyone who's benched 405 all of a sudden from taking this Turk Builder shit. So there's a bunch of natty fitness YouTubers who can bench around like 350, 370. I've never seen them take Turk Builder and then be able to bench 405. Jeff could take test cypionate, quadruple his natural test levels, and then like easily like add, 20, 30 pounds to his bench within a few weeks. So what's more worthwhile if you actually are interested in growing muscle and making gains? Oh, yeah. Oh, but then you wouldn't be natural. You have to take my supplement so that you can still claim you're natural. Take the supplement that comes from this really unique plant that only grows in one area of the world that only I sell. Just so you can say you're natural. It doesn't do anything, but you'll still be natural. Yeah, fuck you, Greg. Worthless fucking cocksucker supplement for fucking idiots.
While dieting, but imagine if he added in a Juga turkistanica, the #1 natural muscle building supplement in the world. Many people think it's creatine. Creatine is nothing in comparison to this. The average study shows you gain, 2 or 3 pounds of water/muscle on creatine in a year? Well, that's all right. Do you know how much better you feel training in the gym? The strength, the energy, your ability to recover?
That's a cool story, dude. I love hearing cool stories. Where's the randomized trials?
It's through the roof. And not only in the gym lifting weights, also doing cardio. And speaking of cardio, we got you covered with GO2 Max. This absolutely incredible. Jeff's testosterone levels were on the low side in the 400s. He could, of course, be using G-Test.
Dude. Oh, your testosterone is low. Take a supplement that has no testosterone in it that does nothing. Again, he could take testosterone cypionate for less than $50 a month, easily quadruple his fucking testosterone levels. Why would you take this test booster that will not do that? I can't get over how fucking dumb. Yeah, my testosterone's low. What should I do? I could literally take testosterone, or I could take a supplement with a bunch of bullshit in it that does nothing. What's gonna work better?
platinum. And the hardest part of cutting for most people is that you're starving, your cravings are through the roof. And so if you were to add in GLP Max, reduce your cravings by 20.
Oh my god. Okay. I have to take a look at the stupid, I gotta see the price for some of these things. G-Test Platinum, G-Test Max. So I'm assuming G-Test Platinum's better. Really weird. Fat burners. So that's not it. What's GLP Max Appetite? $60. Serving size is 4 capsules. Oh, so the serving size varies from 4 capsules to 8 capsules. If you have to take 8 capsules a day for an effect, that means you'd have to order 3 of these bottles. So 3 times 60, $180, possibly. So you're spending up to $180 on this. Guess what? Jeff Nippard lives in Canada. There happens to be a couple really good online websites. Well, not just a couple, quite a few. Quite a few online websites that sell real GLP-1 agonists, that actually work. Like Retatrutide. I'm on Retatrutide right now. I'll tell you what, it fucking works. After about a week and a half, you literally have no interest in eating. You have to force yourself to eat. So appetite control is extremely fucking easy. Let me see. Retatrutide, where is it? $178 for 10 milligrams. And for most people, if you're not an overweight fat fuck, 2 milligrams per week is probably even too much. So that 10 milligram vial of Retatrutide for $178, that will last you over a month. So that'll last you 1 month plus an extra week. So you're going to spend just as much on this fucking piece of shit supplement as you would on Retatrutide, which is arguably the most effective weight loss drug right now. That completely crushes your appetite. So why would you buy this when you could literally order Retatrutide online and it's cheaper, plus it has other health benefits. It lowers your serum cholesterol. It improves insulin sensitivity. This is just ridiculous. These supplements are just so fucking garbage. Oh, this is great. G-Test Platinum. So serving size is 3 capsules for the smallest serving size. That will last you a month. It's recommended to take up to 6 capsules per day. That'll last you half a month. So this is potentially more than twice as expensive as the testosterone I'm taking. So I'm taking testosterone cypionate. With the dose I'm taking, that lasts 2 months. So it averages out to about $45 per month. So it's $15 cheaper than just taking the lowest dose of this. And it would be less than half the price than the stupid fucking test booster. And guess what? It's not going to do anything. Vitamin D3, B6, zinc, selenium, fenugreek, wild yam extract. Guess what? None of this is going to raise your testosterone. This is fucking retarded. So, if you're interested in raising your testosterone, why in the fuck wouldn't you just take testosterone? Like worst case scenario, if you're on testosterone, you may have to take a lower dose, because some people are sensitive with estrogen and DHT side effects. But you're still easily going to be able to double your testosterone, probably triple it without any sides. So why not? And then one other thing that you definitely want to keep an eye on is your hematocrit. So like blood volume. So you might have to get, you might have to donate blood every so often. But it works and it's cheaper. So you could either waste your money on this fucking garbage that just has a bunch of fucking vitamins in it. So what is that going to do? Or you could take testosterone. If you have low testosterone, why wouldn't you take testosterone? Why would you take a bunch of vitamins that are overpriced? Like, this is so fucking dumb. Oh, yeah, and G-Test Max. Why is this? Oh, that's the cheaper one. Okay, I was looking at the Platinum. So, same thing. So, the lowest possible dose is still going to be more fucking expensive than the testosterone I'm on. And, again, it does fucking nothing. It's just a bunch of fucking vitamins. And Tonkat Ali, which, guess what, doesn't fucking do anything. And ashwagandha, guess what? Won't do anything. Best case scenario, this might raise your testosterone by like 10%. Best case, that's not going to do anything. Literally nothing. So if you have low test, you're at like maybe 400 range, which is like lower on the normal end of the spectrum. Okay, great. You're going to be at 440 now. You're not going to feel a difference. It's going to make no impact on your quality of life, gains, anything. Fucking retarded. The supplements you sell are fucking garbage and you're a fucking joke. Like, guess what? If this guy was allowed to, he'd be selling steroids, and we know that because he got arrested for selling steroids. He was a drug dealer, and he was smuggling steroids across the American-Canadian border, and he was dealing steroids. The only reason he doesn't sell steroids is because he can't legally sell steroids. So this guy, even though Greg's a fucking jackass, he was smart enough to figure out, oh, there's fucking idiots that I can take advantage of. Stupid, dumb motherfuckers. Like, he lives in Canada too, which makes it even more ridiculous. Steroids are legal in Canada. You can buy practically any fucking drug you want in Canada. The cops will never fuck with you. And steroids explicitly in Canadian law are legal to possess and use for personal use. So you can buy all the fucking steroids you want. The police can never arrest you so long as you're not planning on dealing them. So why? Especially if you live in Canada, like Greg does. Why would you buy any of Greg's supplements? You can buy real drugs that actually fucking work that are fucking cheaper. It's fucking stupid. So there's idiots that want to take steroids, but they're afraid of needles. They're afraid of side effects because they're idiots and they don't know how to use these drugs properly. Or they're afraid of some stupid stigma because they're fucking sheep and people are going to judge me because I do something unique and different to everybody else. Everyone's fine with drug abuse like alcohol and destroying their health and being fat, lazy fucks that are addicted to alcohol and they fucking ruin their lives. But, oh, steroids, somebody might judge me. And then they see this idiot Greg saying, oh, I sell something that's just like steroids. Oh, really? I'll buy that. I'll waste money on something that doesn't fucking work rather than taking a drug that actually fucking works, and I'm gonna make sure Greg has more money so he can buy more Lamborghinis, more McLarens, maybe he'll be able to buy a bigger mansion with a bigger swimming pool, cause I'm a fucking retarded, dumb sheep fucking moron who hasn't been able to figure out that there's actually drugs that work, that are legal, that I can easily get a hold of, that I can order online, that will actually make my life better and will give me the results I want, because I'm a fucking retard. I'm a dumb fuck who will waste my money to enrich this fucking jackass. This frustrates me.
My endocrinologist said testcipionate can be injected weekly. Is there any benefit for daily injections like you do? Also, are you on finasteride or dutasteride because of hair loss? Raising testosterone levels will raise AHT and fuck up hair.
Weekly injections are for lazy people and also people who are maybe stupid too. You're going to have way more hormonal fluctuations and you're going to experience more side effects. So one of the reasons why people end up having bad DHT and estrogen side effects from steroids is because they do weekly injections. So when you crank up your testosterone super high at the beginning of the week, and then it drops down by the end of the week, and then it ramps up near the at the beginning of the next week, and then drops down the next week, you keep getting these hormonal fluctuations. That's going to cause more of those sides you don't want, like extra aromatization, extra conversion into DHT, and it's also going to cause more mood swings and shit. And again, it's also going to result in things like acne, crap you don't want. So daily injections are better. People have less side effects with daily injections. You're going to have, in all likelihood, you're going to also experience better mood. I'm not on finasteride right now. I know hair loss is more likely, but I've looked into this. Most of the people who complain about hair loss on testosterone are either genetically prone to hair loss and they're going to lose their hair anyway. No matter what they fucking do. Or they're taking aromatase inhibitors. Aromatase inhibitors will cause hair loss. So the estrogen helps protect your hair. And most of the cases of really rapid hair loss that I see from people taking testosterone seem to be primarily from either just having a genetic predisposition and they were guaranteed to lose their hair anyway, even if they took finasteride, or they're taking an AI with the testosterone and the AI is causing the hair loss, not the testosterone. There's lots of dudes who are taking beyond moderate doses of steroids and they don't use any DHT blockers and they keep their hair. Boston Lloyd is a good example. He was taking pretty high, actually extremely high doses. He never took anything to protect his hair. And he had a full head of hair. Never lost any hair. So I'm not particularly worried about it. I'm subscribed to this thing where I have to pay $365 a year for it in Ontario, but they can hook me up with a doctor and I can get blood work whenever I want. I asked about them just giving me a prescription for finasteride, and they said they can't do that because, one, I don't have hair loss yet, and two, they don't generally do that, and they just said I should just go into a walk-in clinic if I have hair loss. Ideally, you'd take it preemptively, but I have good genes for hair loss. My dad didn't start going bald until he was 60. So I don't think I'm particularly prone to it. I was getting inflammation of the gland under my nipple, but so I did take an AI. I don't think I'm going to take any more. I got the inflammation down, so the gland isn't inflamed anymore, and that was I caught it really early. So I don't think I'm going to take an AI anymore, and I lowered my testosterone dose. I was looking this up. Apparently, it's pretty normal to kind of get that side effect when you first go on testosterone replacement, even at lower doses. So I just lowered the dose. I'm going to just let my body adjust and get used to it and have hormones balance out. And if I start noticing any miniaturization, I'll start taking finasteride or topical dutasteride or something, but I'm not particularly concerned with hair loss. There are some drugs that are a bit more harsh, like Masteron. But yeah, I don't think testosterone is as bad for hair loss as people claim. I think it's like you're going to lose your hair anyway if you actually do notice hair loss from testosterone. And I would say just go bald. Don't worry about it anymore. And if you aren't prone to hair loss, again, most of the people who have issues with hair loss, it's because they're taking an AI. But thanks for the donation, Brian. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'd recommend daily injections. Daily injections are better.
Love the stream, bro. Always some crazy shit going on here. Was watching VOD from yesterday. That debate was funny. They sounded like children arguing about how their superhero has all these superpowers and he's immune to attacks. Anime power scalers debate better.
Yeah, they do, actually. Like, anime power scalers actually have to make arguments. Christians, they just... They were doing this shit with me, where as soon as I pointed out a contradiction they were making, where they were, like, equivocating and shit, they just started rambling about how, oh, well, God is special and different from everyone else. And like, that one idiot said, what, category error? He didn't demonstrate that it was a category error. Like, all he said was, well, God's mind is different. Well, it doesn't matter that his mind is different. What matters is that he has a mind that's unique to himself and no one else. So it was so fucking retarded. The point I was making is, there's no reason to believe God is uniquely good, like he is objectively good. And the definition they were, like, the way that, like, I asked them, what makes God good? And they ended up just making some sort of descriptive claim that God's nature is good. Or, sorry, they said, so to be clear, the way you word this can be very confusing. They were basically saying good is defined as God's nature. So if good is defined as God's nature, well, if God's nature was to rape children, well, then raping children would be good. And that seems to contradict the idea of good that Christians have. So then they had, like, they ended up basically saying that they tried to avoid that problem by equivocating, and they were using good in two different ways. They were using good as literally just a descriptor of God's nature, and they were using good as like this like concept of good that God like embodies. So it ended up being an equivocation, and I pointed out that equivocation, and then, like, all they could really fucking do was say, well, God is good because he just does what he wants. So like, he just acts upon his nature, which is what everyone does, which was the point I was making, where if it's in your nature to disagree with God, there's no way of proving God is better than you, because like the idea of good is whatever you want it to be. It's in the eye of the beholder. It's just a set of preferences, and they ended up admitting to that inadvertently. So then when I caught them in that load of bullshit, they ended up just fucking rambling about how, oh, God is special and he's eternal and he transcends all, which has nothing to fucking do with what we were talking about. So yeah, fucking power scalers are better at debating because they actually have to make fucking arguments. Christians are just fucking retarded who just ramble about fucking nonsense about how their God has such a big, beautiful dick that's special and bigger than everyone else's. Thanks for the donation, though, 3. Cam donated $2. Do you like lever action guns? Yeah, they're dope. Check this thing out. Lol, could be a fun range toy. Yeah, I've been seeing more of these. Yeah, you're probably gonna see a lot more of this shit in Canada because of the stupid restrictions. These have been kind of getting popular in the States too because of states like California banning detachable magazines for semi-autos. But yeah, these are hilarious. Like, in reality, when you're talking about, like, mass shootings, which is why, you know, these guns are getting banned for political reasons, you're just as capable of killing as many people with this as you are with, like, an AR. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, these are kind of cool. What is this chambered in? Does it say? Oh, 12 gauge. Oh, that's actually sick. 12 gauge lever action shotgun with a detachable mag. That's actually fucking dope. I gotta get my firearms license and get something like this. That's actually a fucking sick idea. I also want to get that Benelli shotgun. A lot of people think it's better than the Benelli M4. But yeah, I want to get the Beretta semi-auto. But that's a sick gun. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
THX I was injecting weekly because I was worried about scar tissue build-up. Are you injecting in your ass cheeks and alternating every day, I assume, right? Like most bodybuilders do.
No, I'm injecting into my shoulders. If you're using 25 gauge needles, you don't really have to worry about scar tissue, and there's more like nerve endings and shit in your ass, and I've seen a lot more people end up having problems long term injecting into their ass versus into their shoulders. You can also inject into your lats and triceps. Those are injection spots that a lot of people like. Some people end up developing back problems, and they also end up getting like numbness in their legs. I've seen. Like, I don't know if these are people that are like injecting multiple compounds and they're doing more than one injection per day. But I've seen more issues from injecting into the ass long term than injecting into the shoulders. And like, there's a lot of points in your shoulders that you can inject. You can inject in the front delt, there's like a big area in your side delt, and there's your rear delt. I haven't found that I get like really any injection pain. So I alternate shoulders, but I don't have any injection pain, and I just like do front delt, middle delt, rear delt. Like, that's what I do. Thanks for the donation though, Brian. But yeah, 25 gauge needle, it's not really gonna cause any damage. Don't use any of those like huge fucking harpoon fucking needles that are like, 18 gauge. It's stupid. Just use a small 25 or 30 gauge needle. You can draw really easily with a 25 or 30 gauge needle. It's no problem. And you can inject easy with a 25 or 30 gauge. Like you're only going to be injecting like, if you're on TRT or something, probably around 20 milligrams. So that would be like 1 mil, give or take, if you're on TRT. And even if you're on like performance enhancing levels, that's going to be like 2-3 mils maybe of test. Like that's not much. That's a very small amount. So you can use a 25 or 30 gauge needle, which doesn't hurt or cause much damage or scar tissue. Thanks for the donation though, Brian.
28%, you're less hungry. Go from an 8 out of 10 hunger to a 6. Much easier.
No, I've never gotten acne from B12 injections.
To put the fork down and stick to your diet. And so if you're interested in any of these supplements.
Yeah, so you want to bet Greg does not have any randomized trials on his like dumb, hunger reduction supplement. It's so stupid. None of these supplements work. They don't do anything. It's a scam. And he knows it. They don't work. It's just bullshit. If he could legally, he would be selling GLP-1 agonists. He'd be selling steroids, but he can't do it legally. So there's a market for fucking dumbasses who are afraid of injecting needles, who are afraid of the stigma with taking drugs, or are too dumb to realize that the drugs actually work and the supplements don't. And these are the people he's selling to. Just taking advantage of idiots.
Supplements, code Greg, 15% off.
There's a study that showed when subjects drop their volume down to 1/9 of their baseline volume, they still maintain their muscle mass. Okay. Isn't that crazy?
And so I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, you can use insulin needles. I might switch to just using insulin needles. The one thing I'm a little paranoid about, like maybe it's stupid, but you can end up getting a little bit of the rubber trapped in the needle, and I'm just wondering, like, over time, if you're injecting that into the muscle, like if you do enough injections, I know it's unlikely with insulin needles, but if you're doing enough injections over a long enough period of time, you're gonna get like rubber in your shoulder and stuff. So I don't know.
That exact study, he says you can do 1/9 of what you're used to doing and keep all the muscles that you had. And so if you're doing 9 sets per week, what that would mean is if you cut it down to 1 and maintain the muscles that you built. I personally have done research on this, and I do believe it's 1/3. Perhaps newer research shows you only need 1/9, but I would not.
Steroids illegal in the US unless doctor prescription, and it'll be expensive. Buddy, everyone and their mother is smoking weed. Guess what? Weed is illegal in the US. So no one really cares that these drugs are illegal. And the reality is, cops are not going after people who are using steroids for personal use. They're just not. So even though they technically can, look, the United States has the most amount of pro bodybuilders. Like, that's where the Mr. Olympia is. How many pro bodybuilders do you hear of getting locked up for taking steroids? Like, has Ronnie Coleman ever gotten arrested for taking steroids? No, the guy was working as a fucking cop while taking grams of fucking gear every week. While, like, competing as the, like, top tier Mr. Olympia bodybuilder. So no one's getting arrested in the States for taking steroids. This idea that, I don't want to take steroids because the police. Right. You're afraid of getting arrested by the police for taking steroids, but you're fine with getting weed. Uh-huh. Just idiot. It's stupid. And in Canada, it's perfectly legal. So Jeff Nippard, Hussein Farhat, that other guy, Julian, I think he's Canadian. Yeah, he's Canadian too. They're all Canadian. So, like, why in the fuck would they take this turkesterone bullshit when they could just take fucking testosterone?
Cut my sets down from 9 to only 1. I've cut my sets down to about a third. Remember, I used to train 6 or 7 days a week. I'm now training 2. It's about 1/3, and I feel like I've been able to maintain all of my muscle considering I'm only on HRT. It's a lot harder to build.
If you get steroids from Mexico, you know exactly what you're getting because steroids are legal in Mexico and they're produced by pharmacies. So, Mexican steroids are real. I don't know why you'd say you have no idea what you're getting from Mexico. They're literally legal to sell over the counter from
Doesn't
pharmacies.
steroids and turksterone make tissue grow in insects? There is no long-term safety study on them. They could cause cancer. Imagine if these TikTok kids get cancer from Greg's supplements. Holy shit, dude, he would get sued to the moon, dude.
That would be hilarious. That would be so funny. It's pretty unlikely that this turkesterone thing causes cancer. I don't know if these ectosteroids make insects build muscle tissue. I have no idea. I've only heard one random guy say that who sells turkesterone supplements. So... but again, bugs are not human beings. I don't really care if a housefly can get jacked taking turkesterone. So I know steroids, testosterone makes human beings get jacked, so I don't know why you wouldn't just take testosterone. Thanks for the donation though, Blake.
Build up your muscle than it is to keep it. Train really hard when you're young. Put in the work. Perhaps train for 10 or 15 years. Approach your natural genetic limit, and once you're there, once you're happy with your physique, you can cut it down to 1/3, add in 6 or 7 days of cardio, and race against Coach Greg while having a lot of muscle. This is how it works.
In this area right here.
Yep.
Good squeeze. Hold the squeeze for 1 to 2 seconds.
Okay.
I want you to squeeze for 2 seconds at the top, okay? 1, 2, down.
And so it's important to really get the stretch, deep stretch at the bottom. Don't cut it short. And really squeeze at the top. Take your time on the eccentric, the part where the muscle's getting longer, and go quicker with more power and more speed on the concentric, where the muscle is shortening. I do think that Hussein's form, his technique, is better than Julian. Julian appears to be leaning back ever so slightly throughout the entirety of the motion. I believe it's good to slightly lean past vertical in the stretch position, get a really good stretch right here, and on the way back, lean back no more than 10 degrees. I often see guys doing this, and I think they're doing the walk away. They lean back, and do the rock away.
Lean back, lean back, come on. I used to take them all the way through,
okay.
And I do get what you mean with the trap activation. So you do them like this?
I do actually, yeah. Come
Okay.
all the way across.
I feel it, I definitely feel it.
Amazing.
And so essentially they're trying to make this an optimal exercise because when you basically do this motion, you're not getting enough of a stretch. From here to here, there's less range of motion, but when you turn to the side, it's stretching the delt, allowing you to go through the full range of motion. Remember, we're trying to get a stretch. And so by doing the exercise like this, you have the advantage of getting the stretch. Now, the disadvantage is you have to do one side and then the other. I hate this. I almost never do one arm at a time. If I have to concentrate on doing this for 30 or 40 seconds and then stop and do this again on the other side, it's taking forever. And so remember when Jeff said
would 500 milligrams of cypionate per day be a reasonable dosage? Like slightly more anabolic than TRT dosage? Thoughts?
I think you meant per week. A TRT dosage would be as low as 70 to like as high as about 140-ish. And then like even 140 is going to be like performance enhancement at that point with cypionate. So, 500. If you're injecting 500 milligrams a week, that would, or sorry, per day, that would be astronomical. Yeah, that'd be 3,500 milligrams. So 3.5 grams of gear. That is outrageously, ridiculously high. So I think you meant per week. No, most people are going to end up getting side effects from taking that much. You're going to have to take an aromatase inhibitor or use it with primobolan, which acts as an AI. Or else you're just going to overconvert to estrogen and then get gynecomastia. So that's a very high dose. Like, that's well into performance enhancement territory at that point. Thanks for the donation, though, Spoder Cleo. Why don't you do like 3-second eccentrics if you want to maximize muscle growth, because it doesn't help muscle growth?
Optimal workout is one that you enjoy. I don't enjoy it. I, in fact, hate it. And so if I had to do one body part at a time, right arm then left, right shoulder then left, right leg then left leg, I would hate it and I wouldn't train. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm, please.
Greg is a fucking jackass. Fucking hate his stupid fucking supplements. I'm gonna make a video trashing Greg. His dumbass fucking supplements. Just so fucking stupid. You know, everyone is such a brain-dead sheep. What a weird, weird fucking community. Like, the fitness community is just so weird. Who the fuck... Like, none of these people are competing in sports. They're not, like, they're just training to look good. They don't have to get drug tested for anything, where they'd be disqualified from, like, the Olympics. Why in the fuck do they care about being natural? I can understand recognizing that, you know, steroids and these other drugs have potential side effects. You don't know enough about these drugs to take them safely, and you're worried about that. You don't like needles. Like, those are all legitimate reasons to not take them. But, like, why the fuck would you care about being natural? Like as if it fucking matters. Like, nothing we do is natural. It's just this weird, arbitrary fucking concept. Like, you either want to get as big and strong as you can or you don't. It's just dumb.
I need to go buy meat.
With no car?
Pilgrimage to the butcher. Because I'm not gonna take gear. I'm gonna get big as fuck, hopefully. Where's my car? I'll show you guys all the variations there is that you can do to train your biceps. Than 2.7 kilo.
Oh, wow.
I lost around 10 kilos since the last buck, so I'm very lean right now, I'm not sure.
No, a guy I know in my gym said he injects 500 milligrams of testsipionate a day every day and he jacked with no acne or side effects lol. He said he only takes test, no AI or other compounds.
That sounds unbelievable. Like that, if you didn't mishear him, I could believe 50. I could believe 50 milligrams. If he's injecting 3.5 grams of testosterone per week, no sides, he's not converting like practically any of that into estrogen. That guy is like a 1 in a billion genetic freak. Like, no one on the fucking planet can do that. So I've I've heard of people being able to inject like, 700-800 milligrams of test without having to take an AI. But 3.5 grams is just astronomically, ridiculously high. Most pro bodybuilders aren't even injecting that much testosterone to begin with. And if they are even coming anywhere close to that, they're either taking an AI or they're also using primobolan, which acts as an AI, along with the test. So they have to take some other drug to reduce their estrogen. So that is really, really fucking weird. You either misheard him or he misspoke, or, like, again, he's a 1 in a billion fucking genetic anomaly. Thanks for the donation, though. Spoder Cleo.
If you can see it with this.
Oh, yeah.
They can.
Just turn a bit. Mm-hmm.
My gun was almost fully recovered, so finally we're gonna be able to train. And
But what are you able to train?
I think I'm gonna try to do arms today. This one.
Oh, we got surgery.
So like.
That's like the first time you did this.
Yes, this is the scary one. But I think.
Nice.
I'm not gonna do these, obviously.
No.
I wish you could just get surgery to remove the gland preemptively so you don't have to worry about gynecomastia or any estrogen sides. Like, I may eventually, like, just deliberately develop gyno and then get the gynecomastia surgery so I can just run as much test as I want without having to worry about gyno.
We're not doing that.
This already causes some pain, so we're not going to do side laterals. What I need to try is arms.
Like biceps.
Like bicep, tricep. I think I can do like a push down maybe. The thing about surgery is, as long as you don't feel pain most of the time, you should be good. Like if I go to the gym today and I'm gonna do a bicep curl.
Can steroids fail you at a drug test for a job interview? Highly doubt that. Like, I don't know what jobs test for steroids. Like, I've never even heard of any jobs doing that. Like, I know they test for, like, methamphetamines, opiates, stuff like that. I've never heard of them ever testing for steroids. And if they do, if you're taking testosterone, it's a bioidentical hormone. So they're not going to find anything. They're just I don't even think they'd be looking for that on a test. They'd be looking for things like metabolites of like dianabol or something. They wouldn't be looking for test. So I don't know what fucking job tests for steroids. I've never even heard of that before, but if they do, then just stick with testosterone. It's bioidentical, and then you'll never fail one of those drug tests.
And I feel pain in my chest, I'll stop. But if I grab the dumbbell and I curl and I feel close to nothing, or I just feel a slight like stretch.
That's actually like okay.
Yes, like the stretch is fine because it needs movement. Now.
Yeah, exactly.
First thing of the day, we're gonna take some huge isolate. This is the best protein you can get right now. You're gonna take 100 grams of oats.
Does he have like a lot of hair in his side? Or is that bruising?
Just take 2 scoops of weights, around 60 grams of protein. And this digests really easily for me, so I can have it in the morning.
Yeah, I think that's hair. That's a really weird place to have like a lot of hair, like at your side. It's not even his armpit.
For example, that's not gonna cause any issues with my gut. So if you guys are struggling to eat solid meals throughout the day.
Walmart tests for steroids? Why? Walmart doesn't want their employees being jacked? Like, why? Yeah, so, like, if you just take testosterone, you can't fail one of those drug tests because it's a bioidentical hormone, so they're just going to find testosterone, which should be in your body anyway.
Hey, try this out. have either like a breakfast shake or even before bed. You know, before bed, I used to love having oats and whey because I just feel good on it. And right now that's what I'm looking for. I just want to feel good.
You know, he's funny. We have those, the ice packs, but the ice packs are a bit shit. So they're ripping apart, and every time Sv3rige does the ice bucket challenge, can I show them your head? He has those those little icy things that are in the packs.
I'll do some errands and then go to the gym, maybe get coffee. I'm gonna get jacked. I'll give you some good tips on how to maximize arm growth. It's around 11 a.m. This is when I'm having my breakfast because I woke up very late. But again, the good thing is I got a full 8 hours with the CPAP, so that's already a big improvement.
I'm really confused. Why does he have hair here? But then his like shoulders and chest and everything look smooth.
To my other days. Now I'm gonna edit a bit because I have.
Oh boy, if you hate people who are philosophically against steroids, you should make a video on how you started roids and wait for the CEO of Noble Natty to respond. NH said he likes fake natties more than honest roiders because people get influenced lol.
NH is a dumb fuck. You know, he's a weak little cunt. Like, that's all he is. The only reason he doesn't like people who take steroids is because they're better than him. Like, that's it. They're taking steroids and I'm too much of a bitch to take steroids. I'm too stupid to, like, know how they work and take them right. And I'm a little weenie baby who's afraid of needles. I can't do it. It's pointy. So then, like, he sees all these people taking steroids who are bigger and stronger and look better than him. And then he's like, well, you know what? You're a bad person because you take a drug that makes you better than me. I'm better than you because I don't take drugs that make you better at the things that I enjoy. Fucking natural hypertrophy is a fucking cunt. Thanks for the donation, Sato Kaiba.
Some shit to do for my influencer side of things. Then I wait around 2 hours, have another meal in, and then I go to the gym because I never like training on just one meal, you know. It's always better to train on 2 meals at least. Like bodybuilding kind of relies on carbs. Jay Cutler said that he liked to train in the evening just because of the fact he used to get more meals in, you know. And that helped him push more on his workouts. Obviously, everyone's different. In my case, I love training earlier in the day. I hate training in the evening. The minimum you can have inside you before a workout is like 2. 1 meal doesn't do it. 2 meals, pretty good. We're gonna destroy my arms, and we're gonna bring them back to life.
A month after my gyno surgery. It's recovering quite well. Like, I didn't need to wait a full.
You know, I wonder what kind of drugs this guy is on. He has a very bloated stomach. The bloating, like that bulging stomach thing, it's usually either from taking like oral steroids that affect your digestion. They do fuck up your digestion. So you end up having like food getting stuck in your stomach, inflammation in your bowels, and like gas, bloating that can push out your stomach. And a lot of people with that bloated stomach too, they just eat too much and then they get fat and then they just have a lot of fat under their abdominal wall. And even when they get lean, it doesn't go away. I don't know what he's actually on. Dirty bulking on Tren. Wonder when he got the gyno surgery.
NH's argument is also his masculinity comes from his balls, not from the lab, and that he feels a natty physique is earned through hard work and not through cheating. You should debate him, make that video lol. You two have a beef history anyway, I remember.
How are steroids cheating? So, like, there's genetic differences between people, right? So, like, if you're just genetically better than somebody, oh, well, you cheated because you chose better parents. Like it's just dumb. Everyone's born with, like, different genes, and it's unfair. But trying to, like, doing something that everyone has access to is cheating? How? Like, anybody can just order steroids online. How is that cheating? Anyone can do it. But nobody can choose their parents. You can't choose your fucking genetic makeup. So, but that's not cheating? That's not an unfair advantage? Like, okay. Fucking retarded. Like, again, it's not cheating if you're too much of a fucking pussy who's afraid of fucking needles. It's not my fault you're a bitch who goes, I can't do it, sharp pointy thing. Like, NH is an idiot. Like, he's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Sato Kaiba. Want to see how bad his gyno was. Looks like it was pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Yeah, you know, I think he has, like, the Mike Israetel thing going on where he just eats too much. When people get, like, really fucking jacked on steroids, it can kind of hide just how much body fat you have. And, like, you can have visible abs and shit, and you can even see striations in your quads, but you probably still have, like, a way higher body fat than you think. And I think that, like, roundness in his stomach is probably just from fat under his abdominal wall. But yeah, his gyno was pretty bad. I'm curious what drugs he's taking.
6 weeks. I'm on my 4th week. In this phase, there's no need to train heavy. Again, I'm just trying to maintain what I have. And even though I'm not training, I'm still holding a good amount of muscle. So this is my starting point to the next bulk.
Good morning. Again, we're gonna do cardio. I don't wanna do anything. I don't know for muscles. And I'm sweating. That's when I have over 130 BPM. I'm used to it. I go get meat, then I'll be home. So I just got like a €50 watch. You don't need to pedals, just have fat fingers. Like I cannot think properly. So I'm trying to have constant ideas on what to film and stuff. We do this a lot. It's not dumb shit on the back. Make sure the ingredients are just like 100% shrimp, you know. We did the exercises for bicep because I don't need much right now and I'm already very sore. But what we did was around 10 to 12 reps, whiteboard, but you're pulling with your thing, or you can just do it.
This guy's videos are a little boring.
I'm not saying I want to blast and die young, you know, but at the same time. But then keep watching because we kind of go over it. And we also talk about if it's worth taking steroids for the average person or not. And like sushi yesterday, if you order takeout food, your portion is going to
I do incline Smith. It's a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie.
The handle's a little fucked up.
Yeah, it's a bit fucked up, but at the same time, since it's fucked up, I can move these out of the way. I'm gonna...
Do I like Belgium? Yeah, Belgium's good.
Show you, so I can get full range of motion. Like, look at how I can just keep spinning. I'm sleep deprived, I'm dehydrated. Harder on yourself, just slow it down and torture yourself.
Age is
If you want to get big, I'm just an average guy, you know. I'm no different from you guys watching. It always gets dry as fuck, you know. And frozen fish. I'm gonna put all of this in a plastic. 8 to 12, lying leg curl, Smith front squat. No, because I my hip on the... If you're deciding on what cycle to take, best advice is you look fucking massive. As usual, what's the first question?
How do you find the motivation to go to the gym every day?
To me now, it's not about motivation, it's more about discipline. Since I have a lot of things to do with my life and my time, bodybuilding has become kind of another job. Like, yes, it is a hobby, but when you do it at my level, like trying to get huge, to become a professional bodybuilder, it becomes your...
My total test...
You don't see things objectively. You have elite BBC Jamaican West African elite muscle genetics malaria adaptations. NH for a white French guy has a good body. Sorry if this is off topic, I just joined. But have you ever had any experience with OCD, and if so, do you have any tips on how to deal with it? Keep making those vegan gains.
I had OCD when I was younger. The treatment for OCD is to just not give into the obsessive compulsive habits, and eventually you just rewire your brain to not have those compulsions. So I just had to stop myself from like doing weird shit like turning the lights on and off a certain amount of times, blinking a certain amount of times, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, I used to have it. You just have to make sure to resist those urges. Thanks for the donation though, Oil. NH does not train particularly well. And he's an idiot. So, like, I'm not saying he looks bad, but he does not train particularly well. And, like, yeah, like, nobody's gonna argue he has a bad physique or anything. Like, he certainly looks good, but he's not a big dude, and he's not that strong. Like, I don't think he can bench much more than 315. Like, what's the most he's done so far? Like 325 or something? Like, if we're talking about average people, like, yeah, that is really good when you compare to average, but when you're talking about, like, more advanced natty lifters, that's... He's behind the pack, despite claiming... I'm so smart, I know more than everybody else, I have the best training, everyone else trains like a pussy, I never take breaks, I always work harder than everyone. And this is the same guy who says, like, physiques from Jujutsu Kaisen are realistically achievable naturally, yet he's never been able to do it. So, like, the guy's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Gregor.
Your life, you know, so it doesn't matter how you feel, doesn't matter if you're motivated or not, you just have to do it. It's one of the things that...
Job, so it's not about consider. It's such any video games or even like consider. It's such a waste of life.
It's a game where you kill dragons and you steal their language and then you shout the words and throw people around.
It sounds like a waste of time. What was your childhood like?
It wasn't good, but it taught me how to be a man. If I didn't have my bad...
Oh yeah, I forgot, I got interrupted. What was your free and total test before jumping on spaghetti? I only got my total test tested. I didn't realize... Actually, no. I think I asked specifically for them to show my total and free test. And they only did my total test. I don't think the lab that I got the thing done even tests free testosterone, which is fucking retarded. My total test was 540. I don't know what my free test was. So in another like month and a half, I'm gonna get another blood test. And see what my test levels are with the dose of testosterone I'm taking, and I also need to check my E2 and hematocrit, and if my hematocrit is super high, I'm gonna have to get either a phlebotomy or just donate blood.
Childhood and shit past, I don't think I would be where I am now. So appreciate all the pain that you feel, because it will build you.
How did you meet? We saw each other at the gym when we were 15 years old. I thought he was cute. He thought I was the most beautiful girl he ever saw in his entire life. And,
Yeah, he told you that.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. What?
That looks so not convincing.
Yeah, he told you that.
No, what?
Did you even hear me?
Yes, you...
If you wrote that today,
You'd still do it.
would you absolutely destroy your health to get on stage with the best?
It's a very good question. It all depends on what the reward is. If I'm sacrificing a few years of my life to live a good life, I wouldn't mind.
How are you gonna live a good life if you're sacrificing your health? You're gonna spend those years rebuilding your health. How is that a good life in general?
Will Mage and Chiller is low at a cube this week. I mentioned to my fellow vegans that I was considering on going on Gear or TRT. One of them, a naturopath femboy. Told me you gotta stay natural for the animals, like it'll matter to gorilla meatheads. The guy does Pilates or something. I wouldn't take advice from a naturopath femboy. No one cares. No one cares. If you debate, like, you know, meat eaters, and then, you know, you get in the topic of, oh, well, you can't get enough protein, and it's not as good for, like, you know, muscle building, they're gonna mention people who take steroids, like, oh, look at all the strongest, like, strongmen, like Hafthor Bjornsson, oh, look at bodybuilders like Ronnie Coleman. Look at The Rock, you know, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He eats a lot of meat. They're all on steroids. No one cares. So no one cares if you take steroids. It's all bullshit. Just do steroids if you want. Like don't worry about like people saying, well, you had to take steroids because you're vegan. Right, just like how The Rock had to take steroids because he eats meat. Right, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation though, Will Mage.
Usually you can recover from the damage that you do from steroids. Like unless you're Ronnie Coleman, you know, the way he trained, the way he did things, it made him who he is now. But if he didn't train like that, he wouldn't be a legend. And he doesn't regret anything. But no, I wouldn't push myself to the point I wouldn't even be able to walk.
Yeah.
But if it's like choosing to sacrifice a few years of my life to have years of glory, I wouldn't mind.
Most important muscle for aesthetics.
Chest.
Boobs.
When I used to watch Rich Piana, I used to admire how he has like his pecs were gigantic, and every time he spoke in the kitchen, they just move around, you know. It sounds very sus. But I always thought it was cool, you know. Every time I see someone outside, you know, anywhere in the gym, in public, you see someone with a big chest, you're just like, fuck, you know, that's cool. I want one.
Like for boys and girls.
Yeah.
Oh, so you look at other girls' chest.
No, only yours.
I'm the one with the dick that hangs lower than the balls, you know what I'm saying?
Will testosterone levels return after quitting as?
Not everyone's the same. Some people, they can blast grams of gear and then stop it randomly and things go back to normal. Other people, they need to do like PCT, you know, all the other shit that's involved with kickstarting your levels back up, getting them back to normal. Not everyone's the same, you know. I cannot tell you what's gonna happen. You just do it. If they're not back, then you know what to do. Consult with a doctor.
Bro, were you a bully in school?
No, I was bullied. I wasn't the bully. My bullies now all look up to me. I mean, it's hard not to.
Anxiety, methods, etc. He's more depressed than anxious.
Before I was more anxious, now I'm more depressed. I think I just do something, you know? Because if I just sit down and do nothing, that makes me anxious. So what do? I work more.
That's not good.
When I work more and I get more things done.
Body dysmorphia has nothing to do with why I'm taking steroids, you fucking idiot. I know what I look like, and I don't look like Guts from Berserk or Kazuya from Tekken 8, and that's kind of the physique I'm going for, so the only way to do that is steroids. Like, what are you, fucking idiot? Do you know what body dysmorphia is?
Like, okay, I'm still gonna...
Like, if you do something to improve your appearance, is that what you define as body dysmorphia? So if somebody wants to diet to lose weight, oh, you have body dysmorphia. Oh, if somebody wants to exercise so they can build muscle, oh, you have body dysmorphia. Why would you want to improve the way you look? Or is that only with fucking steroids? For some reason, steroids are, like, there's something unique about steroids where the only fucking reason you'd want to improve the way you look with steroids would have to be body dysmorphia. Go fuck yourself, you idiot.
I'd be anxious, but at least I'm doing something with it, you know? I'm not just letting it devour me and I end up doing nothing.
Can you fight?
No, but I would love to. I need to unleash my anger.
Building.
I think I know Chris Bumstead. He did it as a base every cycle that he can.
Song request, just read the English subtitle.
Alright, Blake, let me take a look. Oh, jeez. Comrade Woltok, cold and wise, sent to soul and friendly disguise. He joins their greedy, faithless kin to spread crystal from deep within. He wears a smile, plays the fool, chemistry teacher in southern school. Oh, comrade Wota, people's cook, red crystal spread across their land. Your science strikes where armies shook, and breaks the south by Juch's hand. J-Sick Peg, once a crawling worm, now serves the party proud and firm. Greedy soul and southern snake, twist the law for money's sake. But Comrade Wolta laughs, for he knows best. This dog helps Juice crush the West. Oh, Comrade Wolta, people's cook, red crystal spreads across their land. Your science strikes where armies shook, and breaks the south by Juch's hand. Rio Rin smiles for profit's gain, while Hyokuto rages lost in pain. Huang swore his path was true, and fell for masters he never knew. Comrade Wolta sees with steady eye, their hollow empire soon will die. Oh, Comrade Wolta, people's cook, red crystal spreads across their land. Your science strikes where armies shook, and breaks the South by Juch's hand. Raise his name in every song. Comrade Wolta served the party strong. He fed them crystal, red, and pure, and saw their downfall swift and sure. That was a wonderful song. Thanks for the donation, Blake. Appreciate it.
I'm pretty sure the animals would prefer I go on steroids. If I ever break into an animal farm, they want me to use all my strength to tear the bars of every cage like I was the Hulk. Otherwise they wouldn't care for anything else. Can't do it in yoga pant.
That is a good point. Yeah. Yeah, maybe all vegans should just get as jacked as possible and go on steroids. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
You can mention, then it's like either Masteron or Primobolan. What else is there? There's Boldenon, there's Deca. I don't know what else there is, steroids. Tren is the most famous one, but you should never touch that. And again, I'm not recommending steroids to anyone, and I do not push gear to anyone. I'm just mentioning what bodybuilders usually take, because they all take the same steroids. It's just everyone responds different, you know. So if one guy takes a gram of testosterone and another guy takes 250 milligrams of testosterone, the guy on the lower dose could still get bigger than the guy on the higher dose. It's all a matter of genetics and how you're shaped and your genetic potential to build muscle. Not everyone's the same. That's why the best way to approach steroids is to slowly start from the bottom, see how your body responds. If you're gaining a lot of muscle with low doses, you do not need to push it at all. When you see progress stagnating, you adjust the training, adjust the diet. If you still slow down in progress and you're not growing enough, that's when you start considering bumping up the dose. But in reality, bodybuilders don't need to take much to grow. There's just a bunch of idiots nowadays who preach taking grams of steroids even if they don't work out. Do not be like those idiots. If you want to be an actual bodybuilder, learn the basics of being healthy, and one of those is do not rush the process and start slow. If you're deciding on what cycle to take, best advice is to consult with a doctor or someone.
No, haven't watched Piers yet. We can watch that next.
From Hamas, when they get photographed, they're well fed. None of them are hungry. I guarantee you.
Joining me now is the United States Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you, Piers.
On August the 6th, you posted the following on your X account. Welcome to kindergarten, Piers Morgan, as Douglas Murray welcomes you to preschool about Hamas, Israel, and the war in Gaza. When Arab League calls on Hamas to disarm and let all hostages go, it's time to figure out who the real bad guys are.
Based.
Let me take a look.
So I got an email the other day. This guy's talking about he's struggling to get up. Wants to go to the gym and start grinding early in the morning. I said, when I was 24, I had the same condition, man. I had the same problem. So I started to study it. The more I studied it, I came with this crazy conclusion. I'm just being a bitch. When I say bitch, it's not gender specific. It's a mindset. In Goatis, it means weak, soft, feel sorry for yourself. Get your ass up and lace them up. Stay hard.
Strength is a choice. You know, we are just our thoughts and actions, so yeah. Just choose to be strong. Thanks for the donation, Tool. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Apple is behaving in a manner that makes it impossible for any AI company besides OpenAI to reach #1 in the App Store, which is an unequivocal antitrust violation. This is a remarkable claim given what I have heard alleged that Elon does to manipulate X to benefit himself and his own companies and harm his competitors and people he doesn't like. Yeah. Elon Musk created a special system for showing you all his tweets first. Grok. Credible allegations and evidence from sources like CNN, Guardian, NYT suggest Elon Musk has manipulated X's algorithms and moderation to favor his interests, companies like XAI, and political allies while harming critics and competitors, including OpenAI. What a surprise. It's only okay when I do it. Russia contaminates oil supplies to Europe in an attempt to trigger crisis. Romanian authorities suspect that Russia carried out a hybrid operation to contaminate Azerbaijan oil delivered to Turkey via the Baku-Tbilisi-Zayan pipeline and then shipped to Europe by tanker. The report comes from Romanian outlet G4 Media. Russia allegedly mixed a large amount of concentrated chlorine into the oil, which could have caused serious damage to refineries and sparked a fuel crisis in Romania. Well, that certainly sounds like something they'd do. In Morocco, an activist faces up to 5 years in prison over a t-shirt reading Allah is lesbian. In Rabat, the capital of Morocco, a 50-year-old feminist and LGBT activist Ibtissam Lekgar has been arrested on charges of blasphemy. Well, yeah, that's what they do, but for some reason you still see all these gays for Gaza fucking retards.
Crime being committed by young punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews and beat the hell out of you or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak. I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest, intent to kill, I convict him. And you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college. We need to go after the DC Council and
I don't know how accurate that is. Usually in that age range, they end up making exceptions for violent crimes like that, especially when they're gang-related, and they end up getting tried as adults. So I don't know how commonly that happens, but that seems like it's probably not normal.
they're absurd laws. We need to get rid of this concept of, no cash bail. We need to recognize that the people who matter are the law-abiding citizens, and it starts today. But it's not going to end today, because the president is going to do everything we need to do to make sure that these emboldened criminals understand we see you, we're watching you, and we're going to change the law to catch you. And my final note is this. These kids understand that the jurisdiction is through the state attorney general, Brian Schwab. I did a poster of the young man from Doge who was beaten bloody with a severe concussion, a broken nose. And then I did a poster of what happens to those kids, because I can't arrest them, I can't prosecute them. They go to family court, and they get to do yoga and arts and crafts. Enough. It changes.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate that is. New figures show that Italy's GDP per capita has now surpassed that of the UK. Yeah. Dude, the UK is, like, just so bad. Everyone's fucking poor. Like, they almost have no middle class now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh wait, did I skip one? No. All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now, look, I don't want to get into an argument about your characterization of my school level at the moment. However, what I would say is that let's just start this, Ambassador, if I may, by, I think, me laying out my view about this war, and you tell me where you differ, and then we can get to where we are now, because you may find that we're a little closer than you think. My view has been very strongly from October the 7th, that Israel had a fundamental right and indeed moral duty and imperative to defend its people, particularly given that Hamas said on the record after October the 7th, we want to keep doing this. So on that, I think we're in full agreement. I also believe that Hamas, along with what the Arab League says, should disarm, let all the hostages go, and play no further role in any government of Gaza ever. So I think they've abrogated that right after what they did on October the 7th. I also believe, however, that the way that Israel has been prosecuting this war this year in particular has seemed to me to have gone past a point of self-defense, and
What a fucking idiot. Like, it's just the most cucked, retarded, dumb bitch take imaginable. Like, dude, the military objective is to dismantle Hamas. So, like, how the fuck are you going to do that? Like, please tell me, Mr. Military Expert, strategic fucking genius. Like, have you even won a match of StarCraft? Like, please tell me, with your just immense military training and expertise, what should Israel have done instead? Please enlighten us. I think Israel went too far. I saw, like, on TikTok a video of a kid with his leg blown off, and it made me feel sad. So obviously Israel's military strategy isn't as good as it could be, and I know more than the top generals of Israel, 'cause I'm from England and I drink tea. I was sipping on my tea and I was thinking, I know more than all the smart Jews in Israel, even the top military commanders, and I'm sure I could have done a better job. I'm a sophisticated British man, and I could probably take a sip of tea and have a better idea of how to deal with Hamas than military top generals in Israel. Fucking jackass. Dodo donated $2, let me see.
Jeffrey's been watching Hamza videos and he's finally gotten on self-improvement. But there's just one problem. He doesn't have a life. He's become a gym cell. Jeffrey, you do realize self-improvement means improving all aspects of your life, right? Including your social life and your dating life and your overall enjoyment.
What a stupid concept. So, we have a finite amount of time. Not only, like, do we have a finite existence, we're gonna die at some point, but there's a finite amount of time day to day to focus on things. So, there's gonna be an opportunity cost no matter what you do. If you're going to the gym and improving your physique, that's an opportunity cost for socializing with other people, which would also be an opportunity cost for working and making money, which would also be an opportunity cost for just relaxing and enjoying yourself. Like, everything comes with an opportunity cost, and depending on your goals and interests at any given time, you're going to have to make some sort of sacrifice or compromise. So, like, the idea that you could just improve all aspects of your life and maximize, like, free time and just personal recreational enjoyment, maximize the amount of, like, money you can make and be, like, productive when it comes to work, and maximize your physical fitness and health, that is literally impossible. You idiot.
Adonis sits young Jeffrey down and he teaches him how to have a life outside of the gym and work. Step 1, have basic plans.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nimai Delgado is not a lifetime natural. Like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he isn't. Relatively certain he's not a lifetime natty.
But with fun people. Step 2, keep meeting girls. And step 3, take trips. Jeffrey starts living his dream life. Thank you, Adonis. I feel like I may have done you a disservice because for the last 5 years, I just grinded on my routine. And naturally, whatever I'm doing in my own life is what I recommend you to do as well. So I would wake up, do the self-improvement habits, go to the gym, work on my business, read books, and then go to bed. Over and over and over again. And I used to say, actually, that I was very happy and I really liked doing this. And that wasn't necessarily a lie. I just didn't really know what was on the other side. And now I know. The last week...
This guy has, as much free time as anybody could ever want. As soon as he started making money on YouTube, he even admitted this. He would spend about an hour, 1 day a week, filming videos that could get edited into at least 3 or 4 videos. He would upload those evenly throughout the week, and then he wouldn't do anything for the rest of the week. And he would only work like 1 hour per week. And then the rest, pure free time to do whatever the fuck he wanted. He literally made a video admitting this. I think at his peak on YouTube, before his channel got like shadow banned or something, or the algorithm changed or some shit, he claimed he was making like 20 grand or something, or 30 grand per month. It was something ridiculous. So, he's full of shit.
I have been the most social of my life. And today I was just in the gym with 2 friends of mine, and I said to them, the last week has probably been the best week of my life. One of the friends, like, he went like that, like, and he gave me a fist bump. The other friend has just moved his stuff into my place. I told him, yeah, come sleep here for at least a couple of nights or something. And tomorrow we're all gonna meet early in the morning with my friend Cadby, my cameraman, 8 a.m. and we're all gonna we're all content creators as well. We're all gonna record here at my villa. Like, I'm gonna record here in my usual spot. My friend Kaz, he's another YouTuber. He's gonna record like outside next to the pool. My friend Sam, he's gonna record upstairs in his room. And we're gonna record for about 1 hour, 2 hours. Then we're gonna all take a break at the same time. We're gonna sit around, we're gonna drink coffee, smoke shisha, we're gonna literally just like, listen to music or get some food, whatever, drink coffee, then go back to work, record some videos, then do it again, on, off, all day with a group of our friends, which we all knew today. We were literally hyping up saying it's gonna be fun as fuck, like we're so excited for it. And it's literally like a big day of work. Like, that's what we're saying we're gonna do tomorrow.
I can't watch his videos. This guy talks like a girl. Women just add in like all these unimportant, irrelevant details and yap and yap and yap about fucking bullshit, and that's all he fucking does.
Into something very different. And that's what I wanted to explore with you, I think, because you're there and you have a very good understanding, I think, of what is going on the ground, and we can get to that in a moment. But my criticism of Israel is not about the country, it's not about the people. My criticism is very specifically about the Israeli government and the way it's prosecuting the war, because it seems to me that the strategy this year, which has involved a 3-month blockade in which they stopped food and aid going into Gaza, which many viewed as a criminal act against the civilian population, but notwithstanding that actually...
It was not a criminal act. They had stores of food. No one starved. Everybody had food.
What Israel's done is relentlessly bombarded Gaza in its attempt to take out the remaining Hamas fighters. But by doing so, it has not succeeded in having any hostages released since February. And it doesn't appear to have been defeating Hamas. So my question for you, I think, off the top is, why are you convinced, as you seem to be, that this new strategy of occupying Gaza City and continuing a relentless bombardment of the population in Gaza is going to be any more successful than what we've seen this year so far, which has not, to my mind, been successful?
You've given me a lot to unpack right there, so let me see if I can do it. First of all, you're right. There's a lot of things you just said with which we agreed. So I'm going to take you out of kindergarten. I'm going to put you all the way to the 2nd grade. I think you deserve that. So we'll start there.
Thank you.
After watching this stupid video, I now support misogyny and the patriarchy.
I recently came across this old screenshot for the first time. It says the biggest irony.
I don't care. This chick is a rage baiter. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
I think it's important to understand that there's one bad guy in all this, and it's Hamas. And that's what I've said repeatedly. I've watched European countries put so much pressure on Israel because they don't like the way they're prosecuting the war. Whether people like the way they're prosecuting the war, it is their war. They dumped an enormous amount of humanitarian aid and food in prior to the blockade. There would have been more than enough to feed them throughout the blockade. But the problem was that Hamas was stealing the food. One of the reasons that Israel stopped the just almost unlimited supply of food going in was because Hamas was profiting off of it. They made $500 million last year selling it. And one of the things that was so outrageous was because they would steal the food. By the UN's own numbers, about 88 to 89% of the food going in has been stolen or looted. So that means that the people...
Hey hun. I didn't know you were a misogynist sexist who spills personal details about your relationship online non-stop. I started dating some 50-year-old balding cyclist from Australia. He also has a side chick who's high school-aged Chinese, vegan. Sorry.
Alright, that's great. Thanks for the donation, Stefania.
People weren't getting the food, and I'll tell you who else wasn't getting the food. The hostages. I know you saw the video of the hostages a week ago when Hamas posted this hideous, disgusting video of hostages being tortured, being starved, and being forced to dig their own graves. They're not getting any of that food. So the problem has come that all the pressure from European countries and even Canada has been focused on Israel rather than focused on Hamas. And what I said in the tweet, and I know you didn't like it that much, but I was having a little fun with it. The point being, the Arab League unanimously said it's Hamas that ought to disarm, it's Hamas that ought to give up and recognize that they have no future, and they need to let all of the hostages go, not dribbling out. They need to let them all go at one time. I think Israel is right to call for that. To be honest with you, you mentioned about the plan to take Gaza City. We don't know how that's going to go. It could go sideways. I think everybody understands there's no guarantee that it will go well. I do know firsthand that Israel has put offer after offer after offer on the table in negotiations trying to get some type of diplomatic settlement. But Hamas is not interested in that. And it was just a little over a week ago that the U.S. decided they're not serious and got up and walked away and said there's not going to be a negotiation that is going to result in the release of the hostages. Now, after Israel has said, okay, we're going to move in more militarily, take Gaza City, suddenly Hamas says, okay, maybe we should meet. We'll have some more discussions. So one has to wonder, are they really serious about ending this? Are they really serious about doing it in a way that President Trump was very clear about? Hamas can't stay, and Hamas has no future in governing Gaza. That's important, because leaving Hamas, even a little bit, is like leaving the Nazis in Germany after World War II. And I don't think anybody thinks that's a good idea.
There's a lot going on with the global economy. It's entirely reasonable to wonder what the effect will be on all these and educate. 9/8 portion of it. Agree about a lot of the fundamental principles here. Hamas are the absolute bad guys in this war. They started this, and they should absolutely have no place in governing Gaza afterwards. But that doesn't mean that Israel can't also be held to, in my opinion, a higher standard than a terrorist organization. And Israel should expect, as the only democracy in the Middle East, to be held to a higher standard. And that's why the way that Israel behaves in the way it prosecutes this war has come under such intense scrutiny. And I would just ask you, as the ambassador there for the United States, that it must concern you when you see Germany heavily critical now.
Want to cuddle? What you doing, Gum Gum? Hmm? Oh, come cuddle. That's a good kitty. Want to cuddle, Gum Gum? My goodness. So big and handsome. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. You're so pretty. It's my pretty Gum Gum. What are you doing? Hey? What are you doing, Gum Gum? Why are you being a weirdo?
Of what Israel is doing. The United Kingdom, Italy, today calling the plans for the occupation of Gaza City a potential disaster. France, most other Middle Eastern countries you'd expect them to. But so many of Israel's historic allies lining up now to say they have serious concerns about what is now happening in Gaza. Does that not give you pause for thought, Ambassador?
It certainly.
Did you see Rafaela had a dermoid cyst removed from her ovary? Yeah, I've seen that.
Does, but perhaps in a slightly different way than you're feeling it. I wish those same countries would recognize that by them calling out Israel specifically and barely mentioning not only Hamas, but not even mentioning the hostages, if at all, maybe slightly, what they have done is empowered Hamas. And I think you probably saw the interview that Secretary Rubio did over the weekend. And one of the things he pointed out was the moment that these European countries started calling for a Palestinian state, and when they started saying Israel needs to do things differently, Hamas walked away from all of the negotiations and discussions because in their minds, hey, they're winning. They're winning because the allies of Israel are spending more time attacking Israel and questioning the way they're doing things than they are in questioning Hamas. And I want to point out something. I don't think most people have a clue.
This guy is absolutely based. Pierce Morgan's a fucking bitch.
About Israel doesn't just go in and bomb the ever-loving Jesus out of Gaza. They send messages, leaflets, they give warnings to people, they tell them where they're going to hit, and they urge them, get out of this area. There's a rocket launcher there, there's a base there, there's a military structure there, and they're very specific, and they tell people to get out. Hamas takes its civilians and herds them to those very places that have been announced by the Israelis as a target. To be fair, I love my country, I serve my country, but my country, the United States, we don't tell adversaries where we're going to hit in advance of it. And Israel has done that consistently for as long as I can remember, back in the previous Gaza war in 2012, 2014. And quite frankly, nobody ever says that's kind of a spectacular thing to do. Yes, there's a lot of people that shouldn't have been killed or injured, and they are. It is a tragedy. But the tragedy started on October the 7th. And I think this is one of those areas where apparently you and I do agree. It started with the raping of women in front of their children, the beheading and burning in ovens of babies, lighting elderly people on fire as they sat in their wheelchairs as their families were forced to watch it. And all of this, we know it happened, despite what some people deny. We know it happened because the Hamas terrorists, the savages, they videotaped it themselves because they were really proud of what they were doing. And they took it back and they showed it to their families and they showed it to the other people around them because they wanted them to see what they had done in the absolute heinous, unspeakable murder of innocent Jewish people who had done nothing to them. And they just woke up one Shabbat morning and here they come. And the horror that was unleashed upon them is equivalent to 40,000 Americans being slaughtered and massacred. And I wish more Americans put in that context that over 1,200 people murdered that morning is the equivalent of 40,000 Americans. And I promise you, if someone came and killed 40,000 Americans in one day, the difficulty would be to restrain Americans from wanting to do what Israel has been accused of, but absolutely has not done, and that's genocide. I've said this many times, Piers, if Israel is trying to commit genocide, they're really honestly bad at it, because they could have done genocide on October the 8th. We know they have the military capacity. But they haven't. They have tried to spare civilian life, tried to contain the collateral damage, but they don't get any credit for that, appreciation for that. Instead, they get condemned by the very people that ought to be their allies and that ought to understand that if the same thing happened, whether it was in France or Great Britain or Canada or the Netherlands, I assure you that the people of those nations would not say, gee, we just don't like the way that you're fighting those who did this to us.
Well, look, I agree with everything you've said about Hamas. They're a despicable terrorist organization, and what they did on that infamous day will live in history as one of the worst terror attacks imaginable. However, when it comes to this idea that you're promoting there, Israel...
Say the same thing. Say the same thing again, even though he just fucking explained why you're stupid. Say the same thing. Say the line. Israel's going too far. Israel's going too far. Do you really need to starve people? Do you really need to bomb them? Think of the children. Say the line, Pierce. Say the line. That's what you're supposed to say. Just say it over and over and over again.
Has been restrained in the way it's gone about its response. I would take issue with that because, as you said, 1,200 people were killed that day. It was horrendous. But in response, Israel has now killed north of 60,000 people, including over 20,000 children.
Let me pause.
There we go. He said it. Yes, yes, yes. Say the children. Talk about the children. Do it again. Do it again. Say the same thing.
Fucking asshole. What a fucking cocksucker. Like, literally doesn't listen to anything the fucking guy says.
Let me pause there. When you use the term 60,000, let's remember that that figure comes from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas. And we don't know if this is anywhere near accurate. Plus, it also includes the terrorists. It's not just civilians, not 60,000 civilians. We don't know how many it is. It could be 15,000, it could be 50, it could be 60, and 3/4 of those could be the terrorists. So those numbers are a little hard to validate because they do include the terrorists themselves. And I'm not sure that that's a casualty that most of us are going to lose any sleep over and weep over.
Well, no, okay, so let me pause you. Let me pause you on. Okay, let me pause you then, because I would just say, yes, that is correct. No one's going to lose any sleep over Hamas terrorists being killed. I have had other people on the pro-Israeli side tell me definitively that they believe at least 25,000 Hamas terrorists have been killed out of that total. But oddly, they can never tell me how many civilians have been killed. So it seems almost either that the IDF is only...
I might have drinking a little bit too much tea this evening, but if there's 25,000 terrorists that have died, out of a total of 60,000, how does one do basic math where one deducts a number from another number? What is 60,000 minus 25,000? Maybe I should stop drinking so much tea.
What a fucking... Yeah, gee. 60,000 deaths, 25,000 Hamas militants.
What is basic math? I'm a fucking retard. We don't brush our teeth. We drink sugary tea, and we don't brush our teeth. I'm British. I love immigrants. Let the immigrants in and let them commit terror attacks against our children.
Only collating the numbers of enemy that it's killing in terms of Hamas terrorists and not collating the civilian deaths, which would seem unusual. Or, and this is another thing I would put to you about the Gaza Health Ministry, that historically, before October the 7th, as you know, most of the Gaza Health Ministry figures that they reported in terms of casualties, because unlike the Israeli side, they name all the people in lists that they report and publish, that actually historically they have turned out to be broadly accurate and been accepted by Israel. So if your position is now that suddenly after October the 7th, the Gaza Health Ministry numbers cannot be relied upon, there are many who would respond by saying, well, Ambassador, hang on a second, because actually, historically, their numbers have turned out.
Yeah, historically, but again, there have been huge discrepancies, and they clearly lie about the casualties. So they've revised their numbers, they clearly overcounted the civilian deaths, particularly women and children. They're obviously trying to hide adult male deaths because that would give a suggestion as to how many Hamas militants died. We know this. And there's also been a number of incidents where they just lied about civilian fatalities, like that one hospital incident where they claimed Israel bombed a hospital. Turned out they didn't bomb the hospital. The explosion happened in the parking lot of the hospital. It was a small explosion. Israel didn't even do it. It was a Hamas rocket that exploded, and nobody died. So there's who fucking cares if they've been historically accurate? They're clearly not accurate now, you dumb fuck.
To be broadly correct, and therefore we should accept them as broadly accurate. What would your response be to that? Uncensored is supported by OneSkin, a self-care business founded by scientists. It helps scientists give OS.co.
October 7th, Gaza Health Ministry credibility. I would say that post-October the 7th, their credibility is pretty poor. I remember when Israel was accused of bombing a hospital and killing a bunch of people, and that made all headlines across the world, and Israel was vilified for it. Turns out it wasn't anything they shot. It was a Hamas rocket that went astray. That's what blew up in the hospital. Israel had nothing to do with it. So did those figures get counted in there? Here's the point I think we can agree on. We may argue about the numbers. Too many people have been killed in Gaza. Too many innocent civilians have been killed there. But I blame Hamas for their stubbornness. I blame them for putting their people in front of the targets, not even trying to protect them. In fact, trying to see that they did get killed because it's good for business for them. And that's what makes them the monsters they are. They're not protecting their innocent. They're putting their innocent in harm's way intentionally because they don't care if they get killed. And when I was in Gaza a little over a week ago and talked to Gazans inside, what I was really amazed by was they didn't hate the IDF, which I would have kind of thought they might. They loved America, which I was glad they did. But what really was interesting was that every single one of them said that they had had a family member who had been murdered by Hamas. They hated Hamas. They wanted nothing to do with them. They wanted them gone. They wanted them out of their sight, out of their country, out of their control, because every one of them had personally experienced heartache in their families because of what Hamas had done.
The problem, it seems to me, is that you have obviously horrifically bad actors on the Hamas side here. No one can dispute that. I won't dispute anything you've said in relation to Hamas at all. We are completely aligned on what they are and what they represent and the existential threat they pose to Israel and to Jews. I don't make any doubt about that.
Maybe open off screen first. Richard, look at the child. Just look. It's an innocent little Palestinian. Richard, look at the child.
Yes, very sad. Thanks for the donation, Mason.
That whatsoever. The problem is that many people believe that Benjamin Netanyahu has been held a ransom in his own government to very hard right members of that government, led by the finance minister Bezalel Smotrich, who said in a radio interview yesterday that he and Netanyahu disagree on establishing Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip. My plan, he said, is for large parts of Gaza to remain under our control and sovereignty, and we can also settle them. That's not the Prime Minister's plan, I admit, but I don't think this is the right time to have that debate. I'm conducting it behind closed doors. I'm not blowing everything up over it. Now, what he's also said publicly in the last month is that he believes that Gaza should be cleansed of Palestinians. And what people are saying, Ambassador, is that there are people on this cabinet, in this government, who have very senior positions, very like the finance minister, and Ben-Gvir is another one, who make no pretense about their desire, both in Gaza and the West Bank, to expel the Palestinians. And when he talks so openly here about a plan to for Gaza to remain under the control of Israel and to take control of sovereignty and settle Israelis in Gaza, many people think that has been the plan all along. What would you say to people like Sv3rige, who are now openly talking about that being the real ambition here?
Israel, like every other country I'm aware of, and certainly like the US and the UK for that matter, have people in a variety of positions on the political spectrum. Israel is no different. It's a democracy. People are able to speak. They're able to say things that others will disagree with. It's one of the hallmarks of, frankly, a democracy, one of the hallmarks of liberty, something we celebrate that difference. We may not celebrate every point of view. I don't celebrate every point of view that I hear coming out of the mouths of American elected officials who are in Congress. But here's what I do know, and this is something that, of course, you're aware of as well. The Prime Minister has been very consistent, never indicating he wanted to go and move people into Gaza. He's been explicitly clear that what he would like to see is once it's controlled, once Hamas is gone, once that dust has settled, and there's a lot of dust, I can tell you from having just been there, he wants to see an international coalition that would include largely, and perhaps mostly, with the exception of the United States, Arab partners, people who would have a governing hand and a governing role for a matter of years until the whole place can be built back. That's what he has stated. So, yeah, there's going to be differences of opinion with the prime minister within his own government. That's kind of normal. It's what we have in America. Heck, we've got some Republicans in the Congress that don't always agree with President Trump, much to my chagrin, because I think that if they're going to be Republicans, they ought to agree with the leader. And if they disagree, they ought to do it behind closed doors. I'll leave the Israelis to their own devices as to how they divvy up their opinions, because that's really not my job to jump in the middle of their business. But I will jump into the middle of ours and say it makes me uncomfortable sometimes when I hear people in the U.S. government who have views that I scratch my head and say, where'd they come up with that? So I can only speak to that. I'm the U.S. ambassador to Israel, not the Israeli ambassador to the U.S.
What do you say to those who believe that Netanyahu decided to go to war to destroy the people of Israel, to sacrifice hostages, soldiers, and the values of the country of Israel?
I think it's ludicrous. I've been with the prime minister almost as much as I have been with my own wife since I have arrived here as ambassador. And anyone who would say that the prime minister wants this war to continue, that he doesn't care what happens, I tell you it's nonsense. Most people know that his perhaps closest aide, Ron Dermer, his Minister of Strategic Affairs, they know him. He was the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. What they may not know is he has two sons fighting in Gaza right now. What they may not know is that the current ambassador of Israel to the United States, Ambassador Leiter, a wonderful human being and an incredible diplomat and statesman, one of his sons was killed in Gaza. There are many members of the senior cabinet of the prime minister who are right now in Gaza in combat. And for anyone to suggest that the prime minister is enjoying this or indifferent to it, or that he's immune to the suffering. Over 700 IDF soldiers have died in Gaza trying to avenge what happened on October 7th. And I haven't been anywhere in this country where I didn't run into someone who had a son, a daughter, a niece, a nephew, a brother, sister, father, mother, who was not directly impacted either in death or with a severe injury. I mean, it's just something every day I see it. And every week I'm talking to hostage families, not only those from the United States. We still have 2 American hostages deceased, but their families want the remains back so they can give them a proper burial. Hamas won't let even the deceased hostages out. But I just have to strongly disagree and push back on the notion, and I know that's not your position, you're not stating it, but yes, I hear it here. I hear it many places. I can tell you that based on not only the conversations I have, but the reality of the number of people at the most senior levels of the Israeli government whose own children are dodging bullets in Gaza, it's nonsense to say that they want the war to go on and that they don't care.
I mean, that quote that I read you was from Inav Zangor.
Oh, look at that. Nothing to say. Oh, the conspiracy theory failed. Let's see. Well, this is a quote from a guy that said something really mean and I don't like it. Think of the children. Just bring up the children again, Pierce. Soul Child Donate Tillers, the Zionist, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Pierre has every right to mention the children, plus Hamas has recruited more members than they lost, so what good is this useless campaign? So, first of all, I don't know where you got the idea that they recruited more members than they lost. Secondly, the only people they're recruiting are basically young kids, and they're getting bribed to join Hamas. So these are not very effective and determined fighters, so the idea that they have not succeeded in literally any military objective or taken any military advantage at all is just fucking retarded. You're an idiot. What was, give me a second. What was the... Yeah, in Nazi Germany in World War II, basically, as the last-ditch effort for the war, they basically got a bunch of, like, fucking peasant retards and gave them the shittiest fucking guns that you can't really even use to fight the Americans. And it's like saying, oh, look, Americans didn't even reduce Germany's troop count. It's like, yeah, if you recruit like fucking idiots who aren't even trained fighters and aren't even particularly like patriotic or ideological, like the idea that this has made no difference, you're a fucking idiot. Long established in the country went to war against terrorist guerrilla fighters. That's great. Like, yeah, that's just some dumb faggot shit. That's why Israel's able to take complete control of the Gaza Strip, right? I'm sure.
Bad news, Sv3rige gay marriage might be overturned.
10 years after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of same-sex marriage across the United States, the issue could return to the nation's highest court. Our Tamala Edwards is here to break it all down. Tam, bring us up to date.
Well, Sarah, this is all true. In a few weeks, the Supreme Court, like the rest of us, will say goodbye to summer break. They'll come together and gather and decide which cases are they going to take up this fall. And there's a chance they could revisit and perhaps overturn same-sex marriage. Now, you may remember the name Kim Davis. She was a county clerk in Kentucky who denied a gay couple a wedding license. She was jailed for 6 days. In 2015, she ended up paying $360,000 in damages and legal fees. Now, a decade later, she is back.
Thank you, Gum Gum. I really like it when you disconnect my camera. That is very much appreciated. Would you like to knock my microphone off my desk? Perhaps you also want to throw my controller off my desk and whatnot. And then after you're done, how about you scratch up my chair? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Technically, she's arguing that her First Amendment religious rights were violated and that she should not have been liable. But the big headline is that she's going beyond that. She's going to the Supreme Court with a challenge to Obergefell v. Hodges. That's that landmark 2015 case upholding same-sex marriage under the 14th Amendment. So, of course, the big question, will the court take...
It is obviously unconstitutional to ban gay marriage. I don't know why like, buddy, this even proves the point even further. People were trying to argue that the only reason she refused to, make that wedding cake for the gay couple was because it wasn't because it was for a gay marriage. It was because she was asked to do something unique for the cake that what she was ideologically against. She'd be happy to make the cake, but she didn't want to write a certain thing on it. Well, oh, what do you know? She wants to ban gay marriage. Yeah, right. I guess that narrative falls out the fucking window.
Take this case. Chief Justice John Roberts did dissent in Obergefell, while Justice Clarence Thomas has made it very clear in his rulings that...
Buddy, like, what is the fucking argument against gay marriage? I don't think gay people should be allowed to marry because, dudes have dicks and they put their dicks up each other's butts, and it makes their dicks really stinky, and sometimes they suck on their dicks after it's been up their butts, and then they get their stinky dick butts up their mouth. How could we let that happen? What is the argument? How? What? Why?
That he wants this ruling overturned. But experts think other conservative justices like Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, and perhaps Neil Gorsuch don't want to pick this up. Not necessarily so much on the merit as on the process. They want this hashed out in the lower courts, not brought.
Like, I mean, it's just stupid. Just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who's the mother of hostage Matan Zangulka.
Look, I understand the hostage families have a grief I don't understand. I can't grasp it. I'm a parent. I've tried to put myself in their position, but I really can't. And I pray to God I never have to. The grief that they are enduring and continue to endure after 700 days of this, 22 straight months, is just beyond my capacity to even get my arms around. So I'm not going to pretend that I understand it. And sure, they have strong opinions. They want their kids back. Who wouldn't? And maybe they express it in ways that show a sense of outrage and frustration and exasperation. And I think we can all be sympathetic and not be critical of them because they have views that might be critical of the government. But one thing I hope we never forget is that because they live in Israel, they can be incredibly critical of the government. They can say the harshest things they want, and nobody will come to their home and shoot them in the head for doing it. And there are a lot of places in this neighborhood, in the Middle East, where if you were to say the things about the head of government that people say about this prime minister or about other people in the government, you wouldn't see breakfast tomorrow because you would never live to see another day. And that's another piece of this whole big picture that I wish more people, particularly those who are a part of Western civilization, who value freedom, who value the free speech that is, well, it's supposed to be a hallmark of democracy, although I think in some places we're losing it. But that's something we should accept and be grateful for, even if it makes us incredibly uncomfortable.
Are you ready to experience the best steak you've...
Well, this Christian woman seems to think she knows why.
So the Supreme Court is to hear a case about overturning, be opposed to something like this. Opinions is that merit further attention.
I can't stand her voice and she's annoying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ever had? I know I am. That's exactly what you'll get with uncensored sponsor Riverbend Ranch. Unmatched over the wetness in ranch.p Bend Ranch. But you say this just a few hours after the IDF has killed 5 journalists from Al Jazeera, amongst 7 people who were killed in a direct and targeted strike in Gaza City. Al Jazeera called it a targeted assassination.
Oh, gee, because Al Jazeera journalists have never been Hamas members. It's not like there was an Al Jazeera journalist who was holding fucking Israeli hostages in his apartment. Obviously, Israel is just targeting innocent journalists again. What, like, fuck you, dude. Nobody cares. Like, please show me the evidence that they just willy-nilly targeted fucking journalists and they're committing some sort of war crime. What the fuck does any of this information matter if you have no proof of the fucking accusation you're making? Like, holy fuck. Bro, if I upload, like, a video of, like me jerking off, and then you, like, make the accusation, there was a child in the corner of the room when you were fucking jerking off. And it's like, where's the proof that there was a kid, like, in the room that I was jerking off in? You literally only see a video of my fucking dick. Where's the fucking proof there's a kid in the room? Like, again, if they're making the specific accusation that fucking Israel is just targeting fucking journalists, none of these people had anything to do with fucking Hamas, where's the proof? Why are we assuming they're doing this? Like, it's fucking retarded.
Nation and a blatant and premeditated attack on press freedom. Now, the IDF immediately put out a statement saying that 28-year-old correspondent Anas al-Sharif, who had become extremely well known in Gaza for his broadcasting during the war, they said that he served as the head of a terrorist cell in Hamas and produced documents including personal rosters, lists of terrorist training courses, phone directories, and salary documents that they said proved he belonged to Hamas. But since then, a number of journalists, including many from the BBC, have said that this evidence, to their eyes, very experienced war correspondents, is not convincing. And the reason this matters so
well,
much
she says it's great for Sv3rige to go back to being a Christian Nathan at the 0.15 mark.
I don't care.
So the Supreme Court is to hear
I can't stand that stupid dumb bitch. So whatever. She can think whatever the hell she wants and be annoying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, the BBC, the really experienced journalists, right? The experienced journalists who claim there's kids starving in Gaza and they take photos of fucking retard incest babies with health problems and then claim they're starving when they're really not, and then they have to issue retraction saying, oh, turns out the fucking retard babies we took a photo of, they weren't starving. But, like, you know, they're still starving children and we just weren't able to find them or find any photos. Yeah, those journalists, yeah, really, oh.
That if the IDF has deliberately targeted a group of journalists in Gaza City, and it turns out that that man, al-Sharif, was not a Hamas terrorist, then that would constitute a war crime.
No, it wouldn't. What would constitute a war crime is if they didn't have justifiable fucking reason to do it. Just because you make a mistake, that doesn't make it a war crime, you idiot. Like, intent is involved.
Also would point, there are photos where this alleged journalist is hugging the head of Hamas and smiling and yucking it up for the cameras. There is evidence that indicates that he was an asset for Hamas. And if it's proven that he isn't, then that's a different calculation. But right now, the evidence points to the fact that he was. And why would someone pose as a journalist? I mean, I know why they would do it, but I think that's incredibly despicable if somebody is pretending to be just reporting the news, but is actually being a participant in the outcome. It's like if a referee at an American football game, instead of wearing the striped jersey of the referee, decides to put on a team jersey and actually root for one team over the other and aid and abet one team over the other. But the big difference is that in football, it's just a game, really doesn't matter. This matters. People are dying there every day. And anyone who helps...
Wow, this guy is just wrecking Pierce left and right. Is he gonna still be a dumb bitch over this?
Hamas, who is sympathetic to them, who aids and abets them, I can understand they would be a target.
But there is no actual hard evidence that he was a Hamas terrorist.
Oh, there's no hard evidence he was actually a Hamas terrorist. This is like saying there's no hard evidence that Eva Braun was actually a Nazi. She just really loved Hitler, wanted to suck his cock, wanted to marry him. Yeah, but there's no hard evidence. Yeah, so what if this guy had material that he was sharing about, like, how to conduct terrorism, and he's hanging out with Hamas members and leaders, and they're close friends, and they're yucking it up on camera. There's no hard evidence. Yeah, right, okay. That's the game we're fucking playing.
The only evidence appears to be old pictures of him with Hamas leaders, of which there would be many people in Gaza who would do pictures of that nature with the governing body. This is prior to October the 7th. I think judging people as terrorists prior to October the 7th, when this was a government that was being financially supported by Israel, amongst others, to the tune of billions of dollars, is pretty disingenuous. And the reason this has inflamed tension so much, both in Gaza and around the world, is twofold, Ambassador. One is that, as you know, foreign journalists have been banned from entering Gaza for the last 2 years, since October the 7th, which is in direct contravention of how almost every war zone ever in modern times has operated in relation to foreign journalists being allowed to do their jobs. So
this gay marriage overturing is nothing more than a tactic to put people back in the closet and promote homophobic bigotry.
Yeah, pretty much. That's really all it's for. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's been impossible to verify a lot of these claims that the IDF makes about incidents like this. But secondly, if it turns out this guy was not actually a Hamas terrorist,
just consumed 200 milligrams of THC indica. Should be in for a fun night, lol.
That sounds like a very high amount. That sounds like it would be the opposite of fun and more hellish and, would make you dizzy and want to vomit. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooh.
Terrorist, then what has happened here is that a group of journalists have been targeted deliberately in a war crime. And this is not the first group of journalists in Gaza who've been killed. Over 200 journalists now, Palestinian journalists, have been killed in Gaza since the start of the war, which is more than the number of journalists killed in pretty much every other post-Second World War war.
Gee, I wonder if it has anything to do with these journalists being fucking terrorists. Like, you realize that Hamas members have jobs, right? So there are Hamas members that work as, like, nurses in hospitals. There's Hamas members that work as paramedics. There's Hamas members that work as journalists. What in the fuck, like, oh my god, this is so dishonest.
Put together. At what point are you concerned about what appears to be an ongoing attack on press freedom? And would you like to see Western journalists, international journalists?
Press freedom? It's Al Jazeera. They're a propaganda network. They're not the fucking press. This is like claiming, oh, North Korean propagandists were killed. Oh no, it's an attack against free speech. People who work for the fucking Kim Jong-il family who are fucking journalists. Oh, they were murdered. Oh, free speech in North Korea. Like, fuck you. So stupid. They're not fucking journalists.
Allowed in to freely operate, not embedded with the IDF, but freely operate and do their jobs so that we can actually get to the bottom of so many of the claims that Israel's been making.
Well, I want to again say, I don't have the evidence that you seem to think you have regarding this guy's innocence. I don't know. If I have to take the word of the Israelis or Hamas, I'll be honest, I'm going to lean with the Israelis far quicker than I'm going to lean with Hamas. And I do know that I don't think that they would just go target a journalist just so they could take him out because they didn't like what he's saying. I think they're...
I'm just curious, since you may be a narcissist, do you feel that you are better and smarter than your small friend group? Or do you feel they have qualities that you aspire to be better at with your character as well? Would you say they're all smart? Thanks.
I don't think I'm smarter or better than them. and I don't know. They're better at math and stuff than me. Isaac's better with philosophy stuff. Avi's better with medical stuff. But Avi's definitely smarter than me in most ways. Like, again, when it comes to like math, numbers, science, shit like that. Philosophy too. I think he does have more philosophy knowledge. So I don't think I'm smarter or better than my friend group. Do they have qualities that I aspire towards? Not really. But thanks for the donation, Pika.
A much better country than that. They have a much better moral code than that, and I'm going to give them credit for that. If somebody can prove that they targeted a journalist who was a completely innocent guy, and all he was trying to do was objectively report the news, and he never had any association with Hamas, he really was not aiding and abetting them, he really did not have a relationship with them, he wasn't part of them in some way, then sure, let's investigate that. Let's bring that to the surface and hold people accountable. But we don't know that. And I think it's a little disingenuous for us to make the conclusion that this was just an innocent journalist when there's a lot of evidence to point to the fact that he was not quite so innocent when it comes to his relationship with Hamas, a bloodthirsty cult who could not even get enough of the blood on their hands October the 7th.
Final question for you, Ambassador. I'm about to interview a spokesman for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Now, according to the United Nations, 1,373 Palestinians have been killed since the 27th of May while seeking food. 859 of those died in the vicinity of GHF.
Yeah, it's because of Hamas
sites, and 514 along the routes of food convoys. More than 170 charities and NGOs have called for the GHF to be shut down, including Oxfam and Save the Children. They say Israeli forces and armed groups routinely open fire on Palestinians seeking aid.
They do.
MSF, also known as Doctors Without Borders, said the GHF locations have morphed into a laboratory of cruelty and become scenes of orchestrated killing. And there have been 212 deaths separately reported from malnutrition in Gaza, according to the Gaza Health Ministry that we've discussed earlier, including 98 children. So before I speak to the GHF spokesman, what do you say about this? I've seen your response about this before, that you've not seen independent evidence that these people were all killed by the IDF. But there is a growing sense that the IDF are routinely shooting towards these very large groups of obviously hungry people, otherwise they wouldn't be stampeding for food. And that again, if that is what they're doing, then that again is a war crime.
Well, first of all, I dispute the numbers because a lot of those have already been proven to be untrue. For example, a few Sundays ago, it's probably been maybe a month ago, early on in the GHF effort, which, by the way, is a U.S. effort. Those are special forces guys. Those are our guys. And it was set up because President Trump said, get the food in there to the people, but get it in a way that Hamas can't steal it, because they were stealing so much of it. And that left people hungry, and it also left them dependent upon buying it from Hamas. On that particular Sunday, they said 27 people had been killed at a GHF site. Well, it turns out we had video. Not only was no one killed, no one even got hurt. Nobody even stumbled over and broke an arm. It was utterly false, but front pages from the New York Times and the Washington Post and the BBC and CNN all ran with the story. And when it was proven that it was untrue, they all sort of did a Emily Latella and said, oh, never mind. And they put a little bitty disclaimer out. And some of them edited their stories a little bit. But I think when you talk to the GHF people, the ones who have been out there risking their lives to get food to people, they're going to give you a very different perspective. I was there. I watched what they did. I watched the way in which they did it. And I think it is a much better process, and it has worked. People are not stealing those boxes of food that are designed to give a family of 5 food for 8 to 10 days. Over 115 million meals have already been served, and we're getting ready to scale up the operation to put more feeding sites. This is while the UN's process had 900 trucks parked in the sunshine with food rotting, and the pallets of food, thousands of pallets of food, enough for a year or more of food, sat there in the sun because the UN didn't feel good about the manner in which it was going to be delivered and taken into the country. When their own numbers indicate that 88% of what they take in gets stolen, I wouldn't be critical of the GHF. In fact, I think people ought to be grateful that they are getting the food to the people. And I'd say again, when I was at those feeding sites and when I talked to Gazans, I did not hear anything other than, we love America, we're glad you've done this, and this is the first time we're getting food that we didn't have to pay for. Why does Hamas hate GHF? One of the things they demanded in one of the negotiations just 2.5 weeks ago was that GHF had to be shut down. Why would Hamas want to shut it down? I'll tell you why. Because GHF method of getting food has really hurt their capacity to control the food market, and it's costing them money. Otherwise, they would say, sure, go ahead and bring the food in. All we care about is people getting to eat. But they don't care about people getting to eat. They care that they eat. And if you look at the people from Hamas, when they get photographed, they're well fed. None of them are hungry. I guarantee you, look at their faces, look at their bodies. And instead of food, they could use some Ozempic. But yeah, there's some real deprivation in that country, but it's not because GHF is killing people. What the people told me, it was Hamas that was shooting the folks coming to get the food. not only at the GHF sites, if they could get to them, but also at the UN sites. That's just a reality. I think you're
Yeah, this guy is absolutely fucking based.
going to hear it from the GHF representative when he talks to you.
I appreciate the tenor of our conversation. I think it's an important conversation. I do think that you and I agree about many things in this war. We disagree about some of them, but I do think this kind of conversation is really important, and I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piers. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Well, Mehdi Hasan will be joining us to give his response to all of that shortly, but we're going to turn now to the controversy surrounding the US-Israeli Aid Distribution Organization, the GHF, and joining me is the spokesman for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, Chapin Fay. Good morning to you.
Thanks for having me, Piers.
You were probably listening there to Ambassador Huckabee, but a wide-ranging interview. But he was emphatic about what he believes is the successful operation of the GHF. As you know from what I was saying in response, there are many people who are not as emphatically supportive and believe that what has been going on with these food lines has been appalling, and they believe that 1,373 people have been killed in these vast crowds of people as they're desperately trying to get to food. What is your response to that?
Well, first, I think your audience deserves to know a little bit about what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is and what we're doing on the ground. We are an independent, neutral humanitarian aid organization with one mission and one mission alone, Piers, to feed the people of Gaza in a way that Hamas or anyone else cannot steal it. And we've done that successfully, safely, and securely to the tune of today we'll reach almost 117 million meals put directly into the hands of the Gazans who need it most. You also have to remember that this is one of the most complex, if not the most complex, humanitarian crises of our lifetime, and it's happening in a war zone. We do not deny that there are casualties happening throughout Gaza, but there have been no casualties on our sites other than 2 terrorist attacks, one in which a Hamas-style grenade was thrown over the berm and injured 2 American workers who are okay, and a Hamas-fomented stampede that tragically and unfortunately wound up killing 19 aid seekers because they were trampled. And I'd just like to tell
Bangus donated $2, so sheepness. Oh. Oh my god. That is a sheep. Wow. Oh, I love sheep. Oh, they're so friendly. Oh. Oh, I'd like to pet a sheep. Oh, they're so nice. They're friendly. Oh, that's a deer. Oh, he's eating a cookie. Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice deer. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a Hyrax. Oh my god. Look at his toes. Oh, that's a good Hyrax. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's a really good Hyrax. Oh my god.
To get the latest voting rights and
Son
democracy
of a
news,
bitch.
subscribe to Democracy.
2 terrorist.
Oh. Oh my goodness. That's a nice groundhog. Oh wow, he's eating upside down. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god, he has arms like a person. Oh my god, he is so person. Wow, look how person he is. Oh, that is so person. That's amazing. Oh. He's having a relax. Wow, Hyrax love to relax. Oh, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Bangus. Dodo Donatiller is also the answer many Christians will give you to support banning same-sex marriage. It's because Sky Daddy said so. Yeah, it's really all they can say. I think Reddit TrueTide works too well. I might have to lower the dose. I might not be eating enough, and I'm going really hypo. I'm gonna go grab a protein shake and some rice cakes. I'll be back in like a minute. I just need to get a protein shake and rice cakes. I'll be back in a minute. I already fed you. What the fuck are you? What? Are you insane?
It's attacks, one in which...
I literally just fed you. You were here. You all saw it. I just fed you. That cat is crazy. Oh my god. He eats too much. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh. I already fed you. I already fed you. I already fed you, shouldn't you? I already fed you.
Shit, I'm gonna grab my sweater. Okay, I am back. Oh, dude.
A Hamas-style grenade was thrown over the berm and injured 2 American workers who are okay, and a Hamas-fomented stampede that tragically and unfortunately wound up killing 19 aid seekers because they were trampled. And I'd just like to tell 2 stories from that day to show you that our security personnel are just simply not trained to use lethal force in crowd control. They have shot into the air on occasion for crowd control purposes, the most recent of which was that day, so one of our security personnel, former Marine, could run into the crowd and save a child's life. Also that day, Hamas-style pistol was pulled on a security personnel. He did not raise his weapon. He ran at the man, tackled him, and disarmed him with non-lethal force. These security personnel are highly trained, highly intelligent, highly skilled, and they're hired not because they know how to pull a trigger, Piers, but because they know how not to. Our sites are safe and secure, and we have been able to put 117 meals directly into the hands of the Gazans. And the other thing I would say is our model is unique. We use these secure distribution sites, and we use local Gazan workers to help feed, and they're the first instance of dealing with their friends, neighbors, and relatives in some cases. They work alongside our humanitarian people and our security personnel, all of whom are risking their lives to do one thing, to feed the people of Gaza. And I would also add that many of the local Gazan workers have to stay on site. They live on site because Hamas has put bounties on them and their families. So these people are literally risking their lives to feed people. And again, we've done so successfully and without any casualties on our sites.
As you know, we had a GHF whistleblower.
Oh. Oh, how about that? Huh? How about that? Nothing to say, no smart-ass comments. Oh, it's all bullshit.
Anthony Aguilar on Uncensored last week. Here's what he said.
To put civilians at risk and not safeguard their travel and their movement to areas to receive aid, whether it be water, clothing, medicine.
This guy is a lying cocksucker who's made up every stupid story. This guy said he kissed a 9-year-old boy, and then he ran off and then was shot and killed by some GHF officer. Like, this dude's a weirdo. I'm not even lying. We were reacting to this fucking weird creep yesterday. He said, like, a 9-year-old boy who, from Gaza, walked up to him, for some reason wanted to kiss his hand, then he knelt down and kissed him, and then the kid walked off, and then he saw him get gunned down by other security personnel. Like, it's just fucking nut wacko shit.
Is a war crime. To put them in that situation, to put them in that deliberate danger, is a war crime. To then fire at the crowds using live munitions, machine gun fire, rifle fire, mortar fire, to communicate with the crowd. And the IDF have said this on the record. Many IDF have said it. IDF witnesses to testimony in Gaza have said it, that they use shooting to communicate with the Palestinians.
What is your response to that?
Well, Mr. Aguilar is a proven liar, Piers, and any media outlet that amplifies his lies, which I'll get into, should issue public retractions. Mr. Aguilar was fired for cause after being reassigned multiple times because he could not hack the job, and he was making the situation on the ground more dangerous and being distracting for his colleagues, who are still out there, by the way, risking their lives to feed people. After he was fired, he continued to text his colleagues things like talking about how important the mission was, how successful the mission was, begging for his job back. He then applied for his job back officially, and then he started threatening. He texted many of his former colleagues and supervisors saying, I could be your best friend or I could be your worst enemy. And then he made good on those threats. If you go to ghf.org, you can see affidavits from his former colleagues who are still out there putting their lives on the line feeding people about how almost everything he said is false. And the last I will say is the Daily Wire just...
I knew it. I knew it. Am I not right? Like, dude, I told you I told everybody, this guy is clearly lying and flat out making up these stories. They're completely fabricated, and this guy is just insane. You can tell just from the way the guy fucking talks. Am I not always right? I can read people. I can read your mind. You think you're smarter than me? You're not. I can read your mind. I know what you're going to do. You're going to pull out that gun. I'm going to fucking cut your head off before you can even take the gun out because I know you're about to do it.
Published an investigative piece this morning, which proves that his most sensational claim is false. It's just not true. The things are not happening the way he says they are. I have been there, Piers. You cannot see the crowd from outside the sites, even when you're on top of it. You cannot see the IDF. You cannot see what he claims to have seen, and he didn't. He's putting the entire mission at jeopardy. While he's looking for his 15 minutes of fame, his former colleagues are risking their lives, along with local Palestinian workers and humanitarians, to feed the people of Gaza. That's our only mission. We've done it safely and securely, despite what Mr. Aguilar claims to have seen, which is false. These are honorable men and women, just like I told you, who put their lives on the line and do not use lethal force. They simply do not use lethal force for crowd control. There have been no casualties, and the men and women who are putting their lives on the line to feed the people of Gaza.
Bro, when does this ever happen? Piers Morgan got two based-ass, smart people on his show that are shutting his ass up. Like, dear God, this has never happened. He always manages to find some fucking idiot.
Should be commended for their efforts. Now, Piers, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything is pretty in this situation. We've already talked about how this is an active war zone and a very complex humanitarian crisis, and sometimes it's not pretty, but our model is working. And I would also recommend that anyone who is advocating for less aid, which is what you're advocating when you advocate to shut down GHF, anyone who is advocating for less aid into the people, into Gaza, should be met with extreme skepticism. Piers, we have to stop pretending like there's only one way to feed people in Gaza. GHF is happy that more aid is going in. We're happy that there's airdrops. We're happy that the UN is starting to move its trucks after sitting on the sidelines and claiming starvation while their aid was rotting in the sun. I've seen it. I was there. Medical aid already expired. But we are concerned about the dangerousness of their convoys. You can see it all over social media this week. Their convoys are getting immediately attacked by tens of thousands of hungry, desperate people, sometimes armed. So you see them riding around with armed men on top of it. And as Ambassador Huckabee pointed out, the UN's own estimates say that only 6.5% of the aid in July got to where it's supposed to go. That's 93% being diverted, Piers. That's an A in getting your aid diverted. We have had zero aid diverted. We have put 117 million meals directly into the people who need it the most.
Just finally, how many of the 1,373 Palestinians who have been killed while joining these lines for food do you believe were killed by the IDF?
So again, these numbers can't be verified. We can't verify who has killed anyone or that the numbers are accurate. The Gaza Ministry of Health puts out these numbers, and lots of times they're inflated. Lots of times they're just false. They don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. You and the ambassador had that debate over, how to verify these. We believe every casualty is regrettable and tragic. We are in favor of a ceasefire. Our job, our only job, is to feed the people of Gaza. And anyone who makes that, or any group who makes that more difficult, we call them out. We have been particularly hard on the IDF and the government of Israel when they make that job harder or more dangerous for the aid seekers in particular. So until the full need is met, Piers, our people, men and women, alongside the local Palestinian workers, are going to keep feeding the people of Gaza until the full need is met. And we welcome the UN to join us and work with us. We have an open invitation to collaborate. And just another story I'll tell you, I have spoken inside Gaza to international aid truck drivers other than ours by the UN. And they told us a story about how the day before, they tried to drive their trucks further into Gaza, and they were immediately shot at. They were worried for their lives. They were worried they're going to get kidnapped. The aid was immediately taken from them. They said they were lucky to be alive. And then they asked us, because I was there with our security personnel, they looked at us and said, can you provide security for us? And we said, of course we can. Our model is working. We can, of course, work together. There's many ways to do that. We just had a press conference with our executive director who laid out many ways we could collaborate with the UN. Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has one mission to feed people, and we want to see more of it done by more organizations, and we're willing to collaborate and get it done successfully until the full need is met.
Chad Buffet, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers.
Oh, there we go. He was on a roll. He was on a roll, but dun dun dun.
Pierce's face says, oh crap, even he knows he's been owned.
Yeah. Oh, dude. He had nothing. Nothing. He thought he had that, ace up his ass with that Aguilar dipshit. Oh, yeah, that guy's a crazy fucking liar. He was fired. He made everything up. There's affidavits from everyone he worked with saying he fucking lied. That never happened. And the stories he's claiming are impossible because where he was stationed, he wouldn't have possibly been able to see any of this. Oh, Mr. Green Beret. Mr. Green Beret. Why would a Green Beret ever lie? Oh, he's trustworthy. Are we gonna say Green Berets are liars now? Yeah, we are, because he's a fucking liar, dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, but, oh, look, Mehdi Hassan. Let me see, what is he gonna say? Well, Pierce, there's 20,000 children in Gaza that killed, and, obviously we can trust Hamas, because Hamas would never lie, and there's children that are starving. I've seen pictures of children that are starving. There's children that are starving. Did I tell you about the starving children? There's starving children! There's starving children! There's starving children! There's starving children! Think of the children! Israel's evil, starving children! Is that what he's gonna say?
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, they put a lot on the record there in terms of their responses to all the criticism that's been coming. What was your response, first of all, to the interview with Ambassador Huckabee?
Well, he said a lot. I think he spoke to him for nearly an hour. A lot of things that weren't true. One thing that stood out to me was when he said that he spent as much time with Netanyahu as he spent with his own wife, which explains probably a great deal why the Trump administration is so pro-Netanyahu and all in on everything Netanyahu's doing. One name you and him didn't really mention was Donald Trump. Trump has given Netanyahu, as we know, the green light to do the ethnic cleansing, to do the starvation, to do the killing. He recently said it's up to Israel to do whatever they want. But Mike...
Oh, there we go. So after all this fucking talk about GHF making sure they're securing more food, more aid, people are getting more food than ever before. Oh, Israel's starving, everybody. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I knew it. Yeah, think of the children, starving, genocide, ethnic cleansing. Fuck you, Mehdi. You're a fucking piece of shit, you lying fucking cocksucker. How many push-ups can you even do, you weak little fucking bitch? Come fight me. You hate Zionists, right? You're a Hamas supporter? Come fight me, Mehdi. Come fight a Zionist. Let's see how well you do. Halitosis donated $2. I had to watch this, so you do too.
Zoinks! Zoinks! No! Zoinks!
She has a pretty good ass. Thanks for the donation, Halitosis.
Huckabee is a man who, just for your viewers watching some context, this is a man who said there's no such thing as a Palestinian, says there's no such thing as the West Bank, says there's no such thing as a settlement.
Yes, there's no such thing as a Palestinian. It's a made-up fucking nationality. They're just Arabs.
There's no such thing as an occupation. He takes a very racist, dehumanizing view of Palestinians. He's a Christian nationalist, Christian Zionist who supports Israel for theological reasons. And in that interview with you, I just want to pick up a few.
By the way, how many Palestinians say Israel isn't real, Israel doesn't exist? Oh, no ethnic cleansing or anything there, huh? Oh, okay. All right, okay.
Things very quickly. The number of barefaced lies the ambassador told. He said multiple times Hamas is stealing the aid. As you pointed out, the New York Times spoke to multiple Israeli officials who say there is no evidence of systematic stealing of aid by Hamas. In fact, USAID, the US government's own aid department, did a study showing Hamas is not stealing the aid. The European Union did a study showing Hamas is not stealing the aid. The aid is being stolen. It's being stolen by gangs who are linked to Israel. So he's lying when he talks about Hamas stealing the aid.
What? Gangs that are linked to Israel. What? What sense does this make? I'm sorry? What? That is just the most baffling... This is like saying interdimensional lizard aliens are stealing the aid.
I was amazed to see him talk about beheaded babies and babies burned in ovens, which, as you know, Piers, because you got caught in that early on, was absolute bullshit put out by the Israelis. It's a complete lie. Not only did he lie about babies being burned in ovens, and
Dodo donators, now this guy is just making a fool of himself on Pierce Morgan for millions to see. Better get some serious therapy because he ain't ever going to live this humiliation down. Who do you mean? I don't know who you mean. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Ambassador of the United States at this point, 22 months later, telling that debunked hoax. He even claimed that it was done on video, which is not true. Show us the video. It doesn't exist. He also lied about the Israelis giving warnings to people before they bomb them. Every human rights group in the world says that's absolute BS.
Yeah, because apparently sending out text messages with fucking maps and directions and leaflets and roof knocking, none of that counts.
Baka Cafe in Gaza City was bombed just last month. 30 people killed. A seaside cafe where they're having a children's birthday party. A boxer was killed. A sports star was killed.
Oh my god, he's doing that thing again. Dude, idiot. You realize if they're taking out a particular target, they're not going to give a warning every single fucking time. So if they're taking out high-level officials, yeah, they can't evacuate civilians, because that would warn the fucking Hamas operative. So, like again, he's just lying, and none of these people care. It's just... Oh my god, this is just so retarded.
Children were killed, no warning given. They dropped a 500-pound bomb on a crowded seaside cafe. And then, of course, he lied about Anas al-Sharif and his crew. He said that the evidence points to them being Hamas, as you pointed out. No one who's looked at any of the evidence provided by Israel says that's evidence of Hamas. All he had was that, he was spotted taking a picture with the leadership of Hamas. So if you stand next to an accused terrorist or someone on the American terrorist watch list, that makes you a target, because I would point out, Mike Pompeo is in a picture standing next to the Taliban. Donald Trump is in a recent picture standing next to the former leader of al-Qaeda in Syria. Is that what we're now classifying as?
You know, I think I'm just done now. Like, Mehdi Hassan is the most, like, gaslighting liar fuckface in all of history. Like, this guy has nothing but fucking lies up his ass. Okay, come fight me, Mehdi. All you can do is whine and complain. Genocide, children are dying, I'm a gay retard, Yeah, Israel is gonna do what Israel's gonna do. Keep fucking whining on Piers Morgan, dipshit. Nobody fucking cares what you have to say. Why don't you fucking post some more shit on Twitter about how you support Islamic Jihad and Osama bin Laden actually had a good point? Fucking retard. Get the fuck out of whatever fucking country you're in. Go back to fucking Pakistan or wherever you're fucking from so you can just do whatever Islamic jihadist shit you want with your fucking buddies. Fucking loser. Hate that fucking prick. Oh wait, I think Greg had a new video.
It's kind of the same idea as, like, if you think you might have chlamydia, just never get checked for chlamydia.
See, if you think you might have chlamydia, just never test for it because you don't want it to be confirmed. And so Togi, he's avoiding that. And remember, this is the same guy that said if he had AIDS, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. He would just sleep around and, hey, that's like gambling. There's only a 1% chance you're going to get it anyway. And so you could possibly do it 100 times before you actually get it.
Because the second you get checked for chlamydia and you have chlamydia, then you definitely have chlamydia.
It's so much better to know because there's actually medication that you can take and it'll clear it up like that. It's not that hard to fix, Togi. You can solve it within days.
And when there's a chance of something, we can always assume for the better, because I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Now you know why so many people don't get their blood work done. They don't want to know. You got to use this as a lesson to learn. A lot of men, they're too tough. They're too stubborn to go to the hospital, to go to the doctor, get checked out. Oh, I got some pain. You know, it's down my left arm a little bit, but it's nothing serious, or shortness of breath, that kind of thing. And you're like, no, I'm a man. I can tough it out. And you wait 2 extra weeks, and then you go in. But by then it's too late. The same happens when you're using steroids. Oh, just 2 more weeks of tren. I mean, I'm having these hard...
Beta grind set maxing don't tell us. Can we watch some LTG ments? Why not?
Probably hot alien vagina out there that as soon as you go into it, you literally just black out, go into a vortex of a different dimension, and you're just busting nuts internally to the point where you're just floating through space and time. As soon as you slide in your humanoid dick, as soon as you slide in that alien vagina, as soon as you enter in that blue vag, you're just like, oh. It's probably not even vagina, like you.
Apparently he's bald and he has one of those like wigs that you glue on.
Probably just go into a machine or go into some portal, right? You just go into.
All right.
What is wrong with these pigs? And I went next to a ghetto ass house in an alley too. I really went all out for these shits. That glove, bro, this stupid ass glove cost me $200. Yes, it's 2021. This, and I went to a ghetto ass side of the city. This area is a pocket of ghetto where all the roggiest of rogs and essay of essays, muchachos of muchachos, and trailer wardens and trailer maidens be at. And I went at night. This is a whole blown alley. So yeah, this alley probably was Nightmare on Section 8. Yeah, it was like a replica claw. I think I still got it. I damn near threw it away because I hate holding on to shit that I don't use for a long time. Nah, I was just trying to figure out what's so bad about the pics. Like, let me ask you this question. What's the difference? And it was a Halloween pic. What's the difference between like a celebrity doing this shit and me? What's wrong with the pics?
Okay, well, thanks for the... Also, it's been a while since NPC Oblivion Mints. Weirdly, every time I watch those videos, I get copyright claims. Somebody owns, like, a copyright thing on those. I don't even know how. It's weird. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Heart palpitations, I have anxiety. I'll just keep going. Don't keep going. Go to the doctor right now. I found an old crypto wallet that I haven't used in months with 65,000. You know you have a lot of money when you just randomly forgot about $65,000 you had in some other wallet.
This is the part where we put $65,000 on.
Sid Donatello's, who do you hate more, 21st Savage or Soul Child? Soul Child, he's a fucking retard. I don't even know if Soul Child's just trolling or if he's like just outrageously stupid, but I know 21st is trolling, even though he'll say he's not trolling and he actually is a dickhead, but yeah, Soul Child is probably more annoying and like dumber. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
One hand to Baccarat, and it's honestly kind of the only way to take care of this. Unfortunately, YouTube has banned online you-know-what.
And so I've already read some of the Lanza transcripts on stream. I don't care. The guy's not that smart. I don't know why people glamorize and glorify like these mass shooters like they're just lame-ass stupid losers.
YouTube finally does something smart. They banned online you-know-what. And so I think that's a good thing because a lot of people are younger and they're being influenced. And if you're a teenager and you get influenced to start betting your money and then you lose and you're all of a sudden you're addicted and you're just a teenager, it's not going to end well. And so I think that's actually a good thing.
Picture! 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 Yes! We have... That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
So he bet $65,000 on a game that I have no idea how to play. I don't know if you pick a blue circle or a red circle. I'm not sure what the odds are, but I'm
bang, and then we're gonna give them like 20,000 bucks.
He's trying to give back. So this is, I don't care.
I guess like Togi doesn't give two fucking shits about training or getting jacked or anything anymore. He used to have a pretty crazy physique. I know he fucked his health up by taking way too much steroids and dumb compounds and shit. Like, I'm realizing how easy it is to abuse steroids. Like, I'm doing this now. I feel so great on testosterone. And, like, it's... I think there's a certain personality type. Like, it's fun just taking these drugs. I like drawing the needle and injecting myself and, like, oh, yes, the drug is working. Like, and I'm, like, looking online and stuff at all these other drugs I can buy. And it's like, oh, man, I could take that. I could inject this drug. I see why, like, there's so many dudes who end up abusing steroids and, like, getting fucked up side effects and, like, fucked up liver problems and shit. And it makes it even harder to, like, realize you shouldn't be doing this because you feel so fucking great and you're making so much progress and gains on it. And, like, even when they do end up getting, like, fucked up liver enzymes and shit, they don't want to stop. And then they, like, deny it. Like, I understand why they do it now. So you kind of have to have a level head and, like, and be able to control yourself. But I get why, like, there's so many idiots who fucking do dumb shit with steroids. But anyway, let's play everyone's favorite game, Battletoads. Oh. And, yeah, that's the physique goal right here. Fucking Kazuya, dude. Know what I'm saying? Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see. Wow, such martial art.
1-inch punch is apple. There you go.
Is he trolling or genuinely retarded?
What's happening? Where's John? What's you?
Oh, a chicken.
Silver.
Dude, is this the UK? Is this the UK or Ireland? Or Scotland? Dude. A random fucking guy walking around with a chicken and a Guinness.
It's a lovely chicken.
Silver.
Silver. Oils in the back of the car.
What the fuck?
What's happening? Where's John?
Yeah, this is Ireland.
Silver, what's your Silver?
It's a lovely chicken.
Silver.
Dude, imagine running into a guy holding a chicken and a fucking Guinness, and you ask what he's doing. How is this dude standing upright?
Silver.
Oils in the back of the car.
I gotta send that to a buddy of mine. Oh, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Oh my god, that's funny. Oh, fuck. People are ridiculous. All right. Oh! Ah! What do you know? That's hilarious. I got lucky. I was able to do the fucking skip. Oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah, I literally was able to do the fucking skip. I'm gonna put the save state, like, just right here. I should probably, just actually try to beat this legit. That was just pure luck. That's funny. That's hilarious. I was trying so many times last night, and I couldn't fucking do it. Oh no, damn it. Ah, fuck. I forgot about that gas thing.
Durian rider ruins Stefania's pussy during.
Dodo $22 bad news, VG.
Good morning to you, Hazel and Dan. And this comes despite the fact that crime here in New York City continues to fall and continues to be at historically low levels. But the numbers coming out of this poll showing the current mayor, Eric Adams, trailing by significant margins against the two lead candidates. The newest poll numbers out in the mayoral race, and candidate Zoran Mamdani is surging well beyond current Mayor Adams and contender Andrew Cuomo. The Siena Research Institute finding among registered voters from the city who were polled, Zoran Mamdani leading with 44% of the vote, followed by independent Andrew Cuomo at 25%, Republican Curtis Sliwa at 12%, and independent Mayor Eric Adams trailing at 7%. Since the
New Yorkers are fucking stupid, dude. So, yeah. Well, you know, they're gonna get everything they asked for and more. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, missed him that time. Damn it! Ah, fuck. Oh. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm so stupid. Whatever. That's weird. I thought the balls would keep falling. Dude, why is he so fucking fast? Ah, shit. Yeah, we're dead. We're done. We're not gonna be able to do it.
Do you think you could take Stefania in a fight with Durian Rider's stick in Jazzman's anus? Durian Rider breeding Stefania. Durian Rider Harley Johnston ruined Stefania's fat pussy. You know Stefania is fat, and yes, you are stupid, and Durian Rider isn't.
Oh my god. Dude, that is so cheap. Oh my god. Dude, you have to do this fucking perfectly, absolutely flawless. Or else you're just fucked. Oh my god. Yeah, we're fucked. Pretty sure it's fucked. He's gonna outpace us. Dude, that is so bullshit. Like, this literally seems impossible. Yeah, like, we're not catching up. That is so ridiculous. That is so absurd. Oh my god. Dude, is he like twice as fast as he normally is? Dude, I swear he's faster. Oh my god. There's... Yeah, it's... Fuck! That is ridiculous! We did better. But holy fuck. No. Yeah. That honestly seems so fast that it's impossible. Wandering Mason, donated $2.
I'm not even kidding, but I'm just fucking sliding down fucking hill on my ass. Got it quite a face, like. Fucking hell.
Okay, he's sliding down a hill. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Oh. I might need to just perfect that, like, glitch to skip the fucking boss, dude. Like, that is unhinged. That last level is fucked. Like, actually fucking insane. Fuck. Fuck. Why am I fucking this up now? Dude, this was the easy one. Oh. Ah, what the hell? Didn't let me jump. Shit. Yeah, we're already lost. Dude, is this gerbil, like, traveling faster than he normally is? I fucking swear. Fucking is. Yeah, we're fucked. There's just no way to catch up. That is ungodly fucking difficult. How could he possibly be that fucking fast? Just such horseshit. Yeah, it's... What's the point? Oh, suck my cock.
Last donation today I...
Good. I'm glad. Shit. Okay, I think I might get it now. Fuck, okay. Damn it. I'm stupid. Fuck. So, I don't think you need to get him up against the wall like the one dude did. Fuck! Fuck! shit. Yeah, it's a weird angle. No! 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 Stop! Get out! Off! Off! No! Out! Out! Fuck's sakes. Oh my god, stop doing that. Great, what the fuck happened now? Okay, thank you, Gummy. You fucked it up. Jesus, I'm trying to trigger a glitch. Gummy keeps literally jumping on my fucking monitor. It's so annoying. I don't know why he started doing that. Ugh. What do you mean I am nice to Gummy? Gummy's not nice to me. He fucking bites and he fucks with my shit. He knows he's not supposed to do that. This is stupid. This is just fucking stupid. Oh my god, I hate this. Yeah, Dude. How did I do it the one time? Like, it was a total fluke, too. So you have to, like, hit him twice or something? With the same, like, boot attack? Wait. I'll try one more time, otherwise I'll just make a save state for the last one. Yeah, whatever. Fucking stupid. Yeah, sure. That's great. Yeah, we lost. Dude, it's so bullshit, like... Can you give me a fucking break? Like, how the fuck is anybody supposed to beat this game? Like, we lost. There's just no chance. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Great. Yay, sweet. I'm gonna put the save state here just so I can skip that other bullshit. And you know we already lost. We made a minor mistake, so it's fucked. We lost. Can't do it. Yeah, we're done. You lost like 1/10 of a second in one spot, so you lost. You're a loser. Fuck you. Suck at the game. Get good, faggot. Like, are you serious? Who the fuck makes a game like this? That's just crazy. This is worse than any other level in the game. Which is insane to say if you've ever played fucking Battletoads. Like, outrageous. And he's just gonna catch up to us and we're fucked. Yeah, there we go. I made a little mistake. 1/10 of a second. Too bad. You're fucked. Yep. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, and you know we already lost. I made one minor mistake, so we lost. Dude, is this a glitch? I'm genuinely not sure if there's some problem with this emulator.
Upper part?
Like, it seems way... It just seems like it's way faster than it should be.
Is to cover, and you'll be able to gain on head down isn't play. Speed courses that you'll have to endure with a bomb at the bottom of each one if you want to get through this stage without killing the Giblet. You will have another opportunity to take him out with each bomb that you face. The final part, there is almost no margin of error at all this time, and here's where it begins. So get moving. Head down, try to stay in the gaps as much as you can. You don't want to touch the sides of the girders at all if possible. Oh, messed up a little bit there. Alright, he's gaining on me. The rat will always start to gain on you when you have long areas to cover, and you'll be able to gain on him on these small gaps that you can just kind of fall through. It's okay if he passes you there, you will have another opportunity to gain on him right at this part. But if he gets too far ahead, well, then you'll be in big trouble.
Dude. That is unreal. Holy crap. Yeah, we're done. Yeah. Fuck! Yeah, oh, we lost. I made a small mistake. Well, that's it. Oh, yeah, we're done. Absolutely fucking relentless. This is absolutely fucked. Oh great, yeah, I fucked up right at the beginning, so we're done. Oh, great, yeah. Oh. Wow, I did it. Holy fuck. Ah, shit. Well, I'm dead now. Oh no, I'm not dead. Oh. Damn it! Damn it. Whatever. Let's do this again. I might play Earthworm Jim at some point. It's not on my to-do list right now, but I might play it at some point. Oh my god. Yeah, we lost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we lost. Yeah, I don't think we're catching up to him. That is just so stupidly difficult. Wait, you didn't play the other levels and skip to this one? Come on. Yeah, I did. The fuck are you talking about? Oh my god, what a load of fuck. What a load of fuck! I was right there. Great. Yeah. Yeah, great. I messed up. It's literally down to 1/10 of a second, even with like a perfect run. What in the fuck happened there?
Ho 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 faggot, you can't catch me, can you? Are you man bro? I always make it to the bomb before you pussy, and there ain't shit you can do about it. How about you stop whining and get good? Dumb receding hairline bitch ass nigga, catch me if you can nigga.
Oh shit. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. I don't know. Okay. I guess I just die. That's great. Yeah, Vince, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and it would literally take years to be able to beat this game without using save states. So, the only realistic way to beat this game in any reasonable amount of time is to practice on each level, and use save states to practice, and then do a full run-through. If you don't do that, it's literally not happening. I think we're fucked. We lost too much time. It's like maybe one. I doubt it though. Oh. Yep. Slightly too late. Jesus. What in the fuck? Yeah, I love how it does that. That's great. What is... I don't know. Oh my god. Maybe I'm stupid. Yeah, maybe I'm just stupid. Or maybe this game is stupid. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Probably gonna fail now.
That is such fuck. That is such fuck horseshit dick.
Hi Vince, your metnally challenged cousin thinks you need save states, but how do you think people beat this game back in the day when save states and emulators didn't exist? He's struggling with a child's game, Vince. Your cousin is a fucking clown.
People
Clown
didn't.
bitch.
Yeah, people didn't beat this game back in the day. So, thanks for the nation, dipshit. Soul Child donated $2. Thought you said TYT doesn't care about any other genocide, other Muslims.
In reality, what this is, getting the state-sponsored
Man battling China's brutal crackdown on Uyghurs. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Oh. This is like actually driving me fucking nuts. I think I'm kind of at my peak. I'm gonna try one more time. Like pretty much at my limit.
What's the chance you can beat this whole game in one run? That's what her friends is paying you to do, right? I honestly don't think you will ever be able to do it, so maybe you have to tell him that.
No way. We soft-locked the game somehow. It's soft-locked. That's great. Wonderful. It glitched. Yeah, of course. Of course it did. Yeah, I'm gonna try to beat the game in one run. I think I can do it. It's just ridiculously hard. Bro. That's diabolical. Oh. All right. I'm really fucking tired, so I think I'm going to just take a rest now. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it.
I should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams, everyone.